Good morning, everyone. Welcome at the very first VignA Symposium that is being hosted on African soil. It is an honor for all of us here in Pretoria to welcome those of you who are joining us online in the whole program that we will have today. That was a wonderful isiXhosa song being sung by the University of Pretoria Camerata Choir. And one of the lines in the song that they shared with us is the line that says, "Give me love so that I may testify." And I think it is so apt for vignette research and anecdote research because we look at the phenomena that we are studying with emotion as well as our scientific minds. So welcome to everyone, and here to welcome you formally by the Department of Educational Psychology, who is hosting this event, Professor Motlalepule Mampani, who will be welcoming all of you.
Thank you, Professor Ermailov. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Good morning to all organizers, honorable researchers and guests, and all protocol observed. I would like to extend a warm welcome to you all from this South African land of ours, as you have seen the wonderful song that we can sing, especially from the University of Pretoria on this important, I know that it started yesterday and it's continuing today, the day of Vignette Research, to all researchers from Europe and from Africa. A special welcome to postgraduate students who are doing pioneering work in bringing vignette research to Africa. And I also like to welcome all members of the International Vignette and Anecdote Research Group who are joining, like me, online, and also those who are in person. I would like to wish you a successful deliberations and engagement throughout the day as you discuss significant topics of vignette research in Africa and in Europe. I would like to wish you all the best, and I also like to thank Professor Ermailov from the Department of Educational Psychology, the Faculty of Education at the University of Pretoria, for bringing this important conference to our university, and also, like she said, the first in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Mampani, for the words of welcome from Educational Psychology. Now over to Professor Ify Agostini in Vienna to say a few words of welcome from Vienna.
Yeah, hello, good morning to everybody. I'm really happy to be here and that I can say these words of welcome. I send you my warmest greetings from Vienna. I would much rather be in beautiful Pretoria, as I think others too. So I'm very happy that this year's symposium is being held in South Africa. And I think the title of this year's symposium, Crafting Transnational Dialogical Spaces in the Global North and the Global South, fits wonderfully. Hopefully, the second day of the symposium again brings interesting insights and a lot of international as well as trans and interdisciplinary exchange. And as already Professor Montane said, the big thank goes to all of you for being here, for bringing in your ideas. But the biggest thank goes to you, Irma, who is responsible for many of the ideas for this year's symposium, as well as the organization. And I wish everybody and everyone an enlightening day.
Thank you very much, Professor Agostini, for those words of welcome. Okay, so this brings us to probably one of the highlights of today's program, where we will be listening to Daniela Lehner from the University of Graz in Austria, and she will be presenting our keynote address for us today. Over to you, Daniela.
Thank you very much. I will open up my slides. I hope you can see my slides and I hope you can hear me well. Super. I'm very grateful that I can be with you today, sadly only in Hebrew, like in the online version, because originally I wanted to join you in Pretoria, but it was not possible to do due to some circumstances. I want to thank the organizers at Pretoria University, the VignA team, and everybody who is involved in this great exchange process. Thank you very much for the invitation and the great possibility to share with you some of my thoughts on reimagining educational praxis, engaging the body emotions and blue reversal perspectives. When I was finished with the presentation, I realized that there's not so much educational praxis, but I hope you still bear with me, even if I speak sometimes in more abstract terms. I will also not explicitly speak about the vignette or anecdote research, because I think this will happen later during the day, but I will always try to make the connections to the vignette research and also bring in maybe some new voices from a more like feminist and also post-colonial perspective. My location or my main research topic is peace education. And this deals with the question how it's possible to reduce forms of violence and, of course, war, and how to learn peace. So this doesn't mean to strive like for some like superficial peace or harmony, but to engage really non-violently in conflicts. And these questions have been with me already for some time. How can we encourage both individual and collective transformation in our worldviews and actions to promote interconnectedness, peace, and justice? And how can we also live together differently, like non-violently? And I still think that also the vineyard research, with giving the possibility to also see things differently and realize the interconnectedness or the intersubjectivity of being, can be a way also for peace education to make things visible. I think many of us have this uneasy sense that our window on the world or our worldview is somehow destructive and is not really working in a way that it's good for all or a good life for all. And there are always different places to start the critique. And I start with some critique that is maybe also common in talking about the body in education, and it's the dualism from Descartes, separating mind and matter, and also the body from the mind. His saying, "I think, therefore I am," was really was a saying that had a lot of influences on the way we understand the world. And there are various also post-colonial thinkers, like for example Dussel, who connect this worldview also to their understanding, like to an understanding, I conquer, therefore I am, to really to take dominance on the world and to lead a life that is created also out of dominance. And I think this is particularly evident in Descartes' view that our own existence, his own existence is certain, but he wasn't sure about the existence of other people or also nature. So he really put himself in the center of the world, and it also created a lot of hierarchies within ourselves, like mind above emotions and the body, and also locate ourselves above nature, which has no mind, of course. Further, it's created an atomism where things are separated, have a separated logic, and we teach in a separating way and not trying to see the whole, missing also the relationality of learning. Many people criticize this like machine logic of learning, or this understanding that someone can get knowledge transmitted from a so-called teacher. Among many others educators was Paulo Freire, who expressed this critique on the banking concept. And after him, Bell Hooks was also really criticizing this understanding of education as a process of transmission, seeing students as containers to be filled like with static knowledge by teachers who operate as maybe gatekeepers. So rather than believing to fill a student with knowledge, the teacher and learner could also be involved in an exchange process in dynamic learning, where the learning becomes also dialogical and knowledge is dynamic. So the world is also a reality in process, which we have to together find out which are ways to navigate this world or this way, which also involves creative learning. But still, what is missing in this perspective is that we are all situated differently. So Kathleen Whaler, who is a feminist scholar, sees also this approach through a feminist lens and acknowledged the diverse and complex backgrounds of students and teachers. So she adapts this understanding of Freire for dialogical learning to more situated perspectives, meaning that education must consider unique intersecting social positions and recognizing also that as learners and teachers, we start from different positions and we are involved in different power dynamics. I want to highlight this also with The Wheel of Power and Privilege by Sylvia Dugwart as a visual tool that helps to illustrate how power and privilege are distributed differently across different groups. And the inner circle represents a variety the groups or identities that holds more privilege, power, and dominance, and the outer circle highlights groups with less power. So the purpose of the wheel is to make visible complexities of intersectionality, showing how a person's multiple identities can intersect to create layers of privilege or marginalization. And this is, of course, only an illustration. And the real world is much more complex, but it's just to see we start from different places also of power and of places where is our voice heard, what can we actually see or what is possible for us. And I really like Jennifer Murphy's words. She says, how do I avoid flattening out this complex topographic terrain of categories, identities, and dynamics of privilege, exclusion, inclusion, and power that we are all part of? So I do not become colorblind, genderblind, and class blind, among other realms of blindness. How might these very categories prevent the learning community from recognizing its radical interrelatedness and interconnectedness? And how can I balance the acknowledgements of differences with an awareness of shared interconnected experiences without becoming indifferent to the power imbalances and exclusions? So I think this is a very crucial question, especially for education, to create this relational and connective space of belonging and care, but at the same time being aware of this power dynamics and about these differences also of privileges. And this is also where pluriversal perspectives are really essential to me, because they highlight this plural perspectives in one way, that we have this various perspective and these various worlds we live in, but at the same time they realize that there's also always a power dynamic in this plural perspectives. Therefore also pluriversal accounts for these patterns historically and contemporary that sustain also power, and also see that we have to create various worlds and not only a universal understanding of maybe a capitalist world system society, but realize that there are different ontologies and also views on nature and views on society itself. So it's really this recognition of different perspectives, but also realizing that some perspectives have been neglected and also destroyed over time, like, for example, indigenous perspectives. So embodied learning or situated knowledges combine this understanding of interconnectedness and also the embodied part of learning, and also the situatedness of ourselves and also of knowledge. So for learning, I think we need approaches to realize that we are situated in our aspects. And Donna Haraway and many other feminist scholars criticize especially this objectivity claim of scientific knowledge, that the research is detached from so-called objects of studies, but really realize this relationality of the researcher and the study or the knowledge. And also that knowledge is situated. So all conceptualizations of our world are only always partial, never complete. They offer us a perspective in which we can discuss how we as researchers and educated can also become more responsible for what we learn how to see. So situated knowledge is a way of viewing knowledge from multiple perspectives and seeing larger vision using also multiple senses to find ways to engage. So it's like living with limits and contradictions, which is always part of embodiment. And Haraway says that the process of shaping that reality is through collective and multiple perspectives. So you see that all the people are in the water together. It's a collective understanding through the senses, being really not anymore on the boat, but being in the water, situate oneself embodied in a place and experience from there, and realize that we all always have a place and a situation and a place where we speak from also. And with this, of course, comes always the question to bring in again the power dynamics. We have to ask who sees what limits also our vision, where to see from, who gets to have more than one point of view, and who gets also blinded or worse blinders. So also the perception or seeing the world is always related to our upbringing, to the ways we have experienced the world so far, our biographies. So perception has also always this aspect of positionality and being situated in a body at a certain time, at a certain place, on a certain land also. And this can also make a big difference. So learning as experienced, which is the part that is, I think, very interested for this conference, highlight also really this embodied and sensorial and relational dimension of learning. And to to also see that subjects are not like autonomous in a way that they can strive for, they can of course strive for certain aspects, but they always learn in relation and in a process, which is also part, an embodied part. So it's really this different understanding of learning, which is not only active, but it has this active and passive dimension, and also with a part of an uncertainty in the learning process. So it's something that at the end, one cannot be totally sure what what has been learned or what is really learning itself. So it's difficult to see to see learning as a fixed to understand learning as something fixed or something that has certain specific results that have been decided before. So that's, I think, the difference to maybe the current paradigm of learning, which is very much focused on a subject that that acquires knowledge, that learns by itself, only mind-based, without really seeing the embodied and emotional and sensual aspect of this being, and that learning has much more dimensions than only knowledge. So what Andriotti asks is, I think, a really also important question for the Vignette research. What limits what is possible for us to sense, want, and imagine? How has being also reduced to knowing? And how has the obsession with meaning overcoded our senses? So how can we learn also to sense again? And I think the phenomenological vignettes are a great way to teach us the perception of the unfamiliar, to focus also one's attention on irritating, surprising, or challenging aspects of sensory perception and experience. All that we believe we already know about something is put aside in favor of a new way of looking, listening, and feeling. So previous perceptions do not have to be wrong, but they can be brightened with other possible ways of looking at things. Looking also closely with a receptive openness is really central to working with vignettes. So it's really this taking in consideration the sensible aspects and the existence and affectivity of the researcher and the world, and the relation to the researcher or the person also to the world. So it's not about a distance, objective distance, but really also this involvement of the researcher in the world. And I think there's again this bridge to the feminist approaches of situated knowledges, being involved, realizing the embeddedness one has in the world, that we can not look from a we can look from a distance at things, but we always are also embedded in the world. So I think that's a crucial aspect. And Merleau-Ponty tried also to create an ontology and epistemology that connects experience and perception of the subject with and through its embeddedness in the world. So one of his latest works, he started to draft his ideas on the sensibility of the, he calls it then flesh, not body, to really highlight this connection of our being in the world through our bodies and through our flesh. Like also the flesh of the world is like part of us. And he's trying also to twist this dichotomy of this autonomous self and an autonomous world, and move from a phenomenology of perception rather to a phenomenology of being. So he moves his understanding from perception to being, to highlight this also being in the world. With the term flesh, he describes also this intermediate space of self and world, this form of interbeing. Through our senses, we are animated and reciprocal with and in the world. So the external world is perceived through the body's feeling of itself, and the body feels itself through perceiving the world. This may sound very abstract or philosophical, but it has a really material aspect, experiencing oneself really embedded in the world through emotion, through the relation to other beings, no matter if it's humans or animals, or also nature, to realize that we are actually part of this world. So the world communicates with us also through our bodies. So when we are when something surprises us, we react maybe with a with some bodily reaction, or we react with some when we do something which we feel shame, we react with bodily reaction. We get maybe a red face. So it comes to us before we can really decide what to do. So it's something really um, precognitive, something that comes before we start thinking, before we start reflecting. It comes to us also through the world and through the experience of being in the world, and really also experience being oneself as a body in this world. So he really tries also to connect this materiality of the body as also this ontological fabric of the world. And what the world and the body have in common is this correspondence also with the world. So it's really this relational interaction with being in the world. And this is also what many feminist scholars saw, that the body is really this, Simone de Beauvoir calls it, instrument of our hold on to the world. So it's the place where we can be in the world only through our bodies. This is something that connects us to a land, connects us to a place, to a time and space. And also the possibility to feel interrelated with others is we need the body to get in contact with others. And I want to read Seit Waldenfels. Our body, flesh, and skin opens us up towards the world and makes us vulnerable and sensible. And the lived body is unendingly exposed to foreign influences, and because of this remains vulnerable. Sensitivity and vulnerability are inseparable. This implies a being that is in touch with the world, open, vulnerable, and to some extent also alienated, like in a state of empty presence that opens up for the mysteries of the world. It asks for an engagement with unpredictability and being able to let go of controlling every moment through pre-given concepts and expectations. So it really has this aspect of vulnerability, of openness, of maybe also not knowing from a mind perspective what will happen next, or what will be happening. And therefore vulnerability is a really central aspect also for relationality. So what Waldenfels highlights is that vulnerability comes with the openness of being in touch with the world. So it's still it's rather foreign to us to feel vulnerable, especially in education, but it's really also essential to get in contact. And I want to read a quote from Tynan, an indigenous scholar. Illuminating relationality through vulnerability has effective power. It compels us to not just understand the world as relational, but feel the world as kin. Radical vulnerability is rooted in trust and honesty, and is guided by a shared belief that while this path is uncertain and risky, the enrichment and meaning along the way makes it worthwhile. It takes time to foster and cannot be demanded or taken for granted. Inviting relationality in educational processes needs trust and the cultivation also of community and brave spaces. And Tersland describes a brave space is a space where learners feel encouraged to express themselves, even if that means leaving their comfort zone. A brave space is a space where students feel ready to take risks and also make mistakes. And vulnerability is the process of quality, of the courageous daring to show up simply as human, like as we are as human beings in this world, being part of this world. So um, to sum it up, the risk of to be in the world, or to be fully as a embodied and emotional being in the world, is also to feel vulnerable, or to feel fear. So Sarah Ahmed, who describes a lot about the cultural politics of emotion, This, for example, fear comes with this openness of the body to the world and the relationality. So fear involves reading such openings as dangerous. So it's a dangerous feeling to be also open to the world. It involves a sense of danger, which is anticipated as a future pain or inquiry. And fear also works to restrict some bodies through the movement or expansion of others. So in fear, the world presses against the body shrinks back from the world and in desire to avoid the object of fear. So fear can be used to control and maintain also power dynamics, fostering racism by creating fear of the other. So Sarah Ahmed wrote a lot about the emotion of fear, also on happiness later on, but firstly on fear and how it's also something that that our bodies are influenced, how we move in this space, how we feel that we can express ourselves, and how it's also used to create this othering or this understanding or this thought to fear the other or to not go into contact because of fear and close and not like the opposite of being open and vulnerable. But with vulnerability also always comes this emotion of fear. So it's important to pay attention to fear or to bodily expressions also of fear and how it makes people maybe smaller or don't take so much space for themselves. What is really interested in Sarah Ahmed's work is that she sees emotions work to align bodily space with social space. So she uses also explicitly the word emotions, even though now it's a lot about the affective turn, because for her emotions have this motion, so something in movement, which really shows that emotion is not something static or something that belongs to an individual, but also something relational. So for her, she's trying also to disrupt the idea of emotion coming from within and then moving out towards objects and others. So emotions are not simply something I or we have, rather it is through emotions that we also respond to the world and that we create also boundaries of the I and the we or the I and the world to get in contact with others. So they are really relational and are also shaped by social interactions and contexts. So they're not an internal experience that sometimes emotions are showed as, but they have really this relational dimension and also a political dimension because we align, for example, with specific communities or groups, while also differentiating from others, creating divisions. And especially emotions like fear or love shape how we perceive others and the world and really impacting also our sense of belonging to a place, to people, to a community. So emotions are really crucial, first of all, they are also the interaction between the body and the world, because through emotions we can experience the openness of the body. Also through the senses we can experience it. So it's also really crucial to pay attention to the emotion. And also Vanessa Andriotti describes fear as an emotion that can also hinder us to connect. She calls it a wider metabolism of the world and also to feel this entanglement within in the world. Our autonomous and like our socialization, which is much based on this dualism, at least at many places in the world, will most likely sabotage our attempts to remember this entangled dimension of our existence. So mostly to reactivate this feeling of entanglement may be a disturbing experience in the first place. Also because we might feel the pain or the violences that are occurring in our world. So we see also this we also might feel the structures that are distracting nature, distracting the living world. So that's she describes that's why we often don't want to engage in this entanglement with and in the world, but rather don't feel this entanglement or metabolism. it would challenge a particular way of knowing and being in the world. That's also what she writes. So if the self-perception can be undone, and if we can be taught to sense and embody being differently, with all the fear this might entail, then maybe there's perhaps also a joy coming with this forgetting of who we are as individuals, but really connecting more to this bigger place. Relationality explains us how the universe is held together and is essential to understanding the self as part of interconnected relationships. The notion of radical relationality, which is also very crucial for pluriversal perspective, refers also to the fact that we are all deeply interrelated and there is no separate existence. And we can see this a lot with seeing at natural events or seeing how our actions influence other places in the world. So this deep interrelatedness is also very crucial in her work. And I will quote again a big question that I think is also really important for us as educators. How can one theorize learners teaching and learning in ways that take account of power relations, of the complexity of the construction of the self and of alternity, and of the situatedness and the limits of one's construction and theorization? So how can we create conditions for creating this relationality and maybe explicitly bypass sometimes language and knowledge or the need for consensus? So she thinks this possibility could rest in the a configuration that is not grounded on ideas of individuation and autonomy, but on ideas of interdependence, consisting of a sense of self-worth located in one's unique and always partial contribution, and also a sense of the self inbuilt in the indispensability of the other. So what she describes is really this creating a sense of self-worth, but also creating this self-worth for the other, and seeing a relationality also beyond language or beyond knowledge through maybe an embodied or emotional aspect to get in relation. And to include this body and emotions and also the way to get in touch with the world, I think, and this is basically also my inclusion, we need really a pedagogy or a teaching as care to allow for this embodied learning, or to allow for this sensing experiences or being vulnerable at a place. We need to feel to belong, and we need to also feel that there's a place where we can relate to others. And I want to cite Bartwell Data. Pedagogy as care animates ideas of belonging because learning is communal and relational. Experiencing belonging or unbelonging opens worlds of wonder and of pain. As a practice of care or a careful encounter, pedagogy can create spaces in which to collaborate and co-produce learning about ourselves, our many others, and the relations between the subjects and living beings who are in this world. But even with care as a guide and an outcome, pedagogy can exclude and marginalize. Belonging cannot be willed, but must be felt, and the burdens of feeling unbelonging are unevenly distributed in any community. Attention to the ways that belonging rests on and reproduces power keeps us also accountable to the communities that holds us and which we hope to nourish. So again, this importance also to create spaces of belonging, to realize this the power dynamics that are at place, but still the possibility to also create places which Bell Hooks called home places, where people really can nurture, grow, develop with the support of others, and know that they matter, they feel safe and nurtured, can be seen, regain integrity and also dignity. And I think for this also, the Vignette research can be a great tool to make moments of belonging or not belonging visible, because it's not something that we express so much with language. Sometimes, of course, we do, but very often it's something that is very visible through our bodies, how we move in place and spaces. If we feel that we are seen and recognized, or if we feel unrecognized or unseen. So to make these moments visible through, for example, vignettes, I think it's really crucial for us to create this spaces of care, of belonging, and also to realize unbelonging of places. And Bell Hooks for me is a really great teacher to realize how a classroom can also be a community, how there are different stories, different voices, but we can still create a collective space where everyone is a co-producer of knowledge, of situated knowledge, and everyone can be part of the learning process. And again, the vignettes, also the phenomenological pedagogical approaches, highlight and show this this human needs, this very deep human needs that are maybe not always so visible otherwise. So I think with the vignette research, it's a great possibility to make teachers aware, to create new ways of perceiving a space, a community, the dynamics also of teaching and learning, which I think is really crucial. And at the same time, I think what we can learn from the also feminists or decolonial, post-colonial approaches is always to realize that also our bodies, how we move in space and places, are always also connected to inequalities, to maybe social violences, to violent structures of societies, to be aware why maybe someone doesn't speak up, or maybe someone does not feel comfortable at a place, and to realize also these aspects of teaching. Yeah, and with this, I want to end and hope that there will be some questions or discussions, or also ideas and experiences from the people around. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Daniela, for that very inspiring keynote address. We have about 15 minutes for questions and answers before we start our next session. So I want to open it up maybe first for those of us here in the room in Pretoria, if you have any questions for Daniela. And then Wietske Boon will be monitoring the comments for us. If you are online, you are welcome to also post your question to Daniela online, and then Wietske will read it from the comments over here. So anyone in the room who have a question for Daniela? Yes, Anne-Catherine.
Hello, thank you for your nice presentation. I have a question, because you were talking a lot about create spaces for belonging. And I wanted to ask you how we can do this, especially in the context of learning, and also with the knowledge that often schools are very traditional still, also in Austria, for example. What do you think here?
I can mostly only speak like from my experience, but I think recognition is a really crucial aspect to really recognize, and Bell Hooks also says that, to recognize everyone in the room with its with the story, if we maybe know the story, also with the with the language, or with the possibilities, and to really see also people. And this is maybe also something that we do embodied. So to really recognize someone, I think, is a very embodied way of looking at someone, of listening to someone, of giving also space for voices in the classroom. Even though maybe I have a plan what I want to do today, I really want to also give this space for voices that are maybe at this point more important, and to also bring in the biographies, if it's possible, or the stories of the learners and their experiences I think that's very, very crucial. And at the same time, to create also maybe this kind of safe and brave space where people also feel they can make mistakes and it's not a big deal. Or I myself make mistakes and it's not a big deal because we are in a learning space, so we learn together and no one is perfect. So also to maybe show this own imperfectedness and this own vulnerability, I think is also a possibility to create this vulnerability within the classroom, or also create this space where people can make mistakes, try something out, and it's still okay. So I think that could be ways, but of course it can be, especially in places, and I think some people in this room wrote also a research on belonging. I think Irma, in the classroom where there is of course different languages, then I think it's also crucial to be aware of the learners and their needs and what they need to feel belonging.
Thank you. I think there may be a question online, Wietske.
There is just a comment from Gabrielle Rathgeb saying, thank you very much for the wonderful lecture, Daniela, very inspiring and empowering.
Thank you, Daniela. Did you hear that?
Thank you very much.
All right. Do we have any more questions? Anyone here in the room? I actually have a question for you, Daniela, and that is, based on your research, I'm so impressed with both the breadth and the depth of your readings. Has there been anything in recent years where you have changed your mind on what you previously thought, either where you have changed your mind or whether how you thought about this act of doing research, where you have broadened the way you think about something that you thought before? Can you share with us, please?
That's a good question. I think I'm always in this dilemma of, because of, peace education, I'm also very inspired by the Vignette research, and I'm also in this feminist and decolonial research. And I'm always in this dilemma to hold it somehow. I want to hold it together. And sometimes I feel I cannot, because the one approach is very much about also critique of historical critique on the current violent structures we live in, but it's always this, but also this relationality, this embodiment, maybe also this connection to nature. So to hold this critical mind together with this more holistic approach. And I think I always switch a little bit between it. And I think in the beginning I had this very holistic approach. Then I was a bit more into this critical, very critical approaches. And now I want to really bring together these different understandings, which sometimes it's difficult to hold them together. Also because different researchers with different standpoints, also different disciplines that maybe sometimes don't talk together so much.
Yeah.
That's maybe something. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's very
Thank you.
helpful. All right, Wietske again.
There are some more comments. Effie says, thank you, Daniela, from me too. I was able to follow you very well. And then from Sunette Grobler, related to how we can create safe environments on what Daniela said, Tomlinson and Imbiao discussed the differentiated instruction philosophy, where teachers should become classroom leaders and not classroom managers through, for example, asking yourself, what does each student need at every moment of the learning process, and how can I support the needs? Also an interesting read.
Okay, thank you, Wietske. Daniela, do you want to respond to Sunet's question, comment?
Just thank you. I really want to read this paper or book. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Could you hear the question from Sunette? Daniela?
I'm reading in the chat.
Sure, take a minute.
Asking yourself, what does each student need at every moment of the learning process, and how can I support the needs? Also an interesting read. No question, it says in the chat.
Okay.
Yeah, but I think it's a very good approach to really what does the student need, but also what do I need? Because only if I'm also aware of my needs, I can really hold a space where people are aware of their needs. Because I'm always neglecting my own needs, I will also create a space, I think, where people might also neglect their needs. I think it's always this role model, authenticity, or yeah. No, thank you.
All right. It seems that there's no new comments online, neither is there in the room. So I think, Daniela, from all of us, those of us who are online can clap hands, and for those of us in the room here, thank you very much. Daniela, for a wonderful keynote. I hope you will be able to join us for the rest of the day, because even though we're in a hybrid format, it's very important that we continue our networking. We're a little bit ahead of schedule, which is always a good thing with an online event. And I'm sure our speakers for the next session are already ready. So I'm going to be handing over this as session chair to Anne-Katrien Dietrich.
Yeah, welcome to our first session for today with the title Different Utilization of Vignette Research. So in this session we have 3 different presentations, 2 online and then the third one in person. So, and please remember that you have 10 minutes time for each presentation, and at the end we will have time then also for a common discussion. So I would say, yeah, let's start now with the first presentation. It's from Efi Agostini, Stefanie Mian, and Cynthia Satra. So over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Annie. So again, a warm welcome from our side, also from Cinzia. She cannot be here today because she's at school. She wants to put all her energies back from university. She went back to school and to invest more time in practical things. So I try to share my the slides with you. Can you see them? Just a moment. Yeah. So, because with the 10 minutes, it's not that much time. So here on the first slide, you can read the title of our presentation. We would like to talk about collaborative, inter and transdisciplinary approaches to vignette research. Especially, we would like to present findings from a cultural and linguistic diverse context. On this slide, you see the outline, the program of these 10 minutes. So in the first step, we would like to give you an insight about the ProLernen project as a way of crossing borders. And especially, we would like to outline the Free University of Bozen-Bolzano. There would be also a Latin name, but we don't have it here now at the slide. We would like to go into the location implementation of the philological vignette as a professionalization tool, and share some students' experiences which emerged in the portfolios review. And the last step would be that we would like to enlighten some results of our internationalization experiences, potentials, but also limitations. So just to give you a view on our project, the phonological vignette was developed as a research tool by the University of Innsbruck in 2012 as a qualitative method that involves describing learning experiences. Everybody, or nearly everybody from you knows that. And the international project ProLearning incorporates the method into differentiated processes and makes it usable for the professionalization of future educators. So the project addresses the question, how can the phonological vignette be used individually, but also systematically for professionalization processes? And the project aimed to establish a methodology for designing and managing quality processes in different educational areas from elementary education to inclusive education and other areas, using the vignette to promote professional attitudes among future educators. And in the long term, this should improve also the quality of educational institutions and also improve the willingness of educators to continue their development throughout their careers. And there were foreseen two results. The first one, a handbook for educators, which is based on the Vignette research methodology. If you like, I can also share the link because we have it in different languages, also in English, but Greek and also Italian. And we developed also training modules for future educators who were to act as multipliers. So here you can see a picture from the team. They were involved in total 7 European vignette research locations, which contributed to the handbook and developed these training modules. University of Vienna, but also the University of Education Vienna, the University of Klagenfurt with Daniela, for example, University of Hanover, University of Bolzano, the School Authority Liechtenstein, and the University of Western Macedonia. And one of the locations were the University of Bolzano, and now Stephanie Mian would like to go on with this special location and the experiences we made there.
So hello from Bolzano. Before I delve into the implementation of the vignettes as a professionalization tool, I would like to briefly examine the local characteristics on this location. So South Tyrol is a multilingual province in northern Italy, where the officially recognized languages are German, Italian, and Latin. With its special location on the border with Austria and Switzerland, the conditions for an internationalization of the higher education sector are already in place. So the entire province can be seen as a place that is shaped by different cultures and languages, as a space that could welcome them and recognize the added value in diversity, thereby facilitating productive exchange. And the Free University of Bolzano-Bozen is an example of this, as it is a trilingual institution offering courses in German, Italian, and English, with some even taught in Latin. So this effort to move linguistic and cultural boundaries, inviting people, students, researchers, and professors alike to cross them through a multilingual approach, aligns with the aim of setting knowledge in motion. Through international research collaborations and networks that involve researchers from various linguistic and educational traditions, knowledge is exchanged, further developed, shared across borders, and made productive in different contexts. And one such effort to bring international expertise to the university was its participation in the Erasmus Plus project ProLearning. So the implementation of the phenomenological vignette took place in the bachelor's degree program in social education, and the training modules were carried out as part of 2 courses, namely Introduction to General Pedagogy and Social Pedagogy and Qualitative Methods in Educational and Social Research. 22 first and second semester students from different age groups, also from 19 to 50 years, took part in these courses, which comprised a total of 20 hours in the winter and summer semesters. During the winter term, a 6-hour introduction of the theoretical foundations of phenomenological vignettes was provided, followed by a more detailed exploration of 2 topics covered in the handbook, namely perception and learning. Through discursive readings of vignettes, efforts were made to illustrate the potential and creative nature of perception. This process highlighted the dependence of students' perceptions on their previous experiences and personal history, and their own way of perceiving was questioned and further sensitized. In this sense, special attention has been paid to the possible experiences condensed in the vignettes. These captured co-experienced moments were then theorized as learning moments, following on from the phenomenological understanding of a learning as experience. In the summer term, 14 lessons focused on the other 2 topics of the handbook, body and vignettes, to show the difference between lived body and objective body in a phenomenological understanding, and to make comprehensible the importance of the perception of bodily expressions in the vignettes. In this context, the ambivalent relationship between language and experience was also addressed. After a theoretical introduction to the vignette and subsequent discursive readings, the students were introduced to the steps involved in writing a vignette and its involving challenges before they tried it themselves. Although they didn't demonstrate full writing maturity, they contained many characteristics of a final vignette, such as attention to bodily expressions and a particular focus on atmospheres, which creates a surplus of meaning for the reader. In this context, the team's bilingual composition proved to be advantageous because it facilitated students in writing vignettes in their native languages while receiving adept support in both Italian and German. Finally, the course focused on using vignette readings as an analytical method.
Thank you, Steffi. So during and at the end of the so-called vignette journey, students engaged in a reflective writing process. Alongside writing and analyzing vignettes, they also compiled a portfolio containing reflections guided by questions that prompted them to reflect on what the course had meant to them. So 28 portfolios of student reflections on the guiding questions were collected, and all reflections underwent a qualitative analysis inspired by Mustaka's phenological analysis. And one theme that emerged from the analysis of the data and that we would like to highlight consists in multiplicity. They discussed how the vignettes open new possibilities for perception, meanings, comprehensions, and a different understanding of experience and knowledge. The vignette for students became visible as a tool that guides them towards a path of awareness, of attention to perception, of renouncing the obviousness of things and meanings. Daniela, you also called it becoming unfamiliar again with something. So the gaze induced by the vignette can grasp the lights and shadows in a way of investigation that is not only direct and conscious perception, but also involves affection and pre-reflective access to the world and others. And with the regard to the vignette readings, students pointed out that they are not dealing with given and therefore concluded readings, but with an openness towards experiences in what emerges from the always original and unrepeatable encounter with the world and with the others. And writing and reading the vignettes saves from fixed formulas and already given answers and directs towards an exploration of experiences that is always open. And they also the students also wrote down that practicing writing vignettes and reading what other students have produced led one to reconsider one's own approach to scientific knowledge, to ask oneself what kind of knowledge this tool produces and what practice this kind of knowledge allows one-to-one also into some kind of practice professionally. The reflections focus on the moving being of knowledge, on its dynamic dimension, constantly evolving, constantly situated in the fabric of everyday life in our lived world, the so-called Lebenswelt. So to sum up, the vignette was addressed in a very positive way as an instrument that opens up possibilities for multiple knowledge, which by embracing the validity of varied readings fosters interdisciplinary connections and networks within the humanities and encourages the breaking down of boundaries, igniting also movement of knowledge, perceptions, and exchange. So now we want to go to another level. So just to do also an reflection on the experiences of the team on this internationalization attempt. We
Sorry,
tried
Effie, to interrupt you. You have 1 minute left.
Okay, so you heard about the very positive results about the vignettes, and we also reflected about the potentials of the vignettes, but also of the international exchange. So the potentials we see is that vignettes have the power to move borders from the reflective to reflective, from different types of knowledge, experiences, also between different types of educators involved in the course, as Steffi outlined. We already heard about vignettes as sensitization and exercise of perception, and an added value which came into light, especially at the location of Bozen, was the implementation of the project in the field of social pedagogy, so that we could create some kind of transdisciplinarity. And because of the international context, we also had an exchange about the teaching profession and also about professional norms, which were not always the same at the respective sites. And also in this way, implicit unspoken notions were brought to light, and we challenged long-held beliefs about their own professional identity. But we also became aware of some limits. For example, we described now some effects of the vignettes on the participants, but until now, it's only recorded in the form of some kind of self-description. So we need also other empirical results in this context. And another limit we became aware of was that within this international context, there was a transfer of knowledge, but especially from German-speaking countries to non-German-speaking countries. So that, for example, our Greek partners just translated the things we already developed also in Austria and in German-speaking countries. So to come to an end, here you can see selected bibliography. Thank you a lot for your attention, and we are happy to hear a question at the end of the session.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the insights into your Erasmus Plus project. I would say we directly proceed now with the second online presentation. So it's Martina Damme from the University of Klagenfurt in Austria.
Yeah, nice greetings from Klagenfurt, and warmly welcome to my contribution. I will try to start my presentation. One moment, please. Okay, is this okay for you? Yes, okay. Yeah, my name is Martina Dammer, and I would like to talk about cultural diversity in classroom and how it might be
Sorry,
experienced in teacher education. Yes.
sorry to interrupt you. We see your notes. Can you try to share it again,
Oh,
please?
okay. Yes, of course. Mm. And
You can leave it also this how it is right now.
okay.
Is it fine?
One moment, I don't see the slides and not Zoom. I will try it again. I'm sorry. Okay.
Oh, she's gone. Okay. Okay. So let's wait if she's coming back for 1 minute. Is she back? No, okay. So it's about diversity. We learn a lot. Yes. Is she not coming back? Okay, so I would say, are you ready? Because then we move to 2 presentations. So the next presentation is now in person from Hannah Bartelt. She's from the University of Technology in Dresden in Germany. So thank you so much.
Yeah, hello from me again. Oh, is it ready? Yes. Okay. Perfect. Thank you very much. I'm Hannah Bartels from Dresden in Germany, and I'm here together with Wiebke Bergjürgen. She's connected online, and we are here to represent the University School Research Center, which belongs to Dresden University of Technology. In our presentation, we would like to give you a brief insight into our use of vignettes in the accompanying research of the university school. But before we start with some facts and characteristics of the university school. Yes, that's the school. It's a laboratory school in which we develop, explore, and scientifically evaluate innovative forms of learning, teaching, and coexistence. The school concept and the accompanying research is done by the University of Dresden, by the Research Center, and it is as well a public school pilot project of the city of Dresden, and it does not charge any school fees. It is also a Gemeinschaftsschule, that's a German term, as it is called in Germany. It's a type of school allowing for the joint learning of all students. Currently, there are around 800 students and around 70 teachers at the moment, and it will go up to 1,000 students in the next years. On the picture on the left-hand side, you can see the old school building, or the school building which we started with. We started in the year 2019 with year 1 to year 5, and we are trying to, or there's a new building which is built, but in Germany there are lots of rules and it takes a lot of time. So we had to put the containers you can see on the other pictures there, and that's the school building. However, it looks quite nice from the inside. All rooms of the learning groups are laid out in the same way, and so the students and teachers find their way around all the rooms. This is important because the students learn in mixed age groups. They are students from year 1 to year 12. They are not all mixed. They are divided into base level. This is year 1 to year 3. In the middle level, this is year 4 to year 6. In the youth level, this means year 7 to 9, and the upper level, year 10 to 12. Until year 9, there are no marks at the school, but feedback on achievement is in face-to-face talks is given. And I think the heart of the project is that instead of subjects, the students learn in project work, where they choose their own topics and research questions based on their own interest. And there are several project cycles in a school year, and the students keep track of their learning process and record the topics and research questions for their projects in learning diaries. As you can see, this is one example of a learning diary, which is my logbook on top, but there are different kinds of diaries which support the process. The school is also a training center for future teachers. Teacher trainees can do internship at the school or attend various seminars. There is one seminar on vignettes where the students visit the school and write vignettes based on the observation notes. The steps of writing are orientated at Augustinian and colleagues, and every student writes its own raw vignette and discussed the raw vignette in the seminar in small groups to support the progress to the final vignette. Afterwards, we try to analyze the vignettes together. In 1 year, we also tried to triangulate somehow and paired it with interviews, but we realized that was overwhelming for the students and for us as well, so we came back on writing and analyzing process to get the focus on vignettes as an instrument that triggers reflection, progress, as an important part of the professionalization of the teacher trainees. The students report from the seminar that they like the strong connection to the school and that the combination of theory and practice. So there are some statements from the evaluation you can see on the slide. Okay. In addition to professionalization, the vignettes are also used in research. The diagram shows how the vignettes are constructed, orientated on the approach of the Innsbruck vignette research. We had 2 periods. In the first period, you can see it on the left-hand side, we visited once a week different classes of the middle level, year 4 to 6, where we observed once a week. In the second period, from February to April, on the left-hand side, we went to a whole project cycle of 1 learning group, which was a really long time. That's why we added recordings with a 360-degree camera. Based on the notes and the videos, the raw vignettes were written and validated communicatively by the research team until the final version was created, and the collection of vignettes created now is used for different parts, for school development, research, or professionalization. Now Wiebke will focus on the research part. I hope it works out and she can join me.
Okay, I hope you can hear me. Maybe you can give me a quick sign if it works. All right, so we actually brought one of our vignettes for you today. It's a really, really short one. I will read it out for you very quickly, but just a disclaimer. It was originally a German vignette, so it's very hard to translate certain parts and really get the feeling of the situation across, because these kinds of details are just very difficult to translate. So it may not have the same effect as the original vignette. But the vignette we brought today is called Animals Again. Chung, how come you're doing animals again? The teacher, Dagmar, asks when she sees the research questions Chung is typing into the PowerPoint presentation for his project. Chung's expression stays blank. He's staring at his laptop screen without responding to the question. Dagmar picks up the learning diary from his table, where he has written down the topic and research questions for his project. She looks at it with knitted eyebrows. There are completely different questions written down here, she states. So that is one of our vignettes. It's a very, very short one. And the reason why we chose a short one is because we gave this to the teachers of the university school in an online questionnaire. And if you're doing an online questionnaire, you don't want to read a very long paragraph. So we kept it very short in order to be able to gather more replies from the teachers. So on the next slide, if my colleague can switch over, these are some of the responses we got. Like a big focus of the teachers were on communication. We didn't ask any focus questions. We just asked them to share with us what thoughts they had about the situation, what associations came to mind, and just like the first impression. And a lot of them focused on the communication between Chung and the teacher, and they talked about that they thought the question was accusatory, or that the communication was lacking build-up. And was very interesting how just a lot of the teachers really focused on that and seemed to be very affected by the way the two of them communicated. And then the other big focus they had were interest-based learning. And we really felt as if the teachers were kind of projecting their own insecurities or questions or like moments of frictions onto the situation, just based on the experiences they also made at the university school. Because they kind of talked a lot about how like they were asking, when is it okay to demand something as a teacher, and when should we just let the students do what they want to do? Because the concept of the school is based on like interest-based learning. So it really showed in their responses that there seemed to be some kind of insecurity, because there's always that friction between the demand of autonomy of the students, but also that kind of desire of control, like that teachers often want to have when it comes to learning processes. So that was very interesting and seemed to be like another big focus that the teachers were putting when they read the situation. There were also a lot of other responses, and most of these responses were way longer than what we're sharing now, but it's just not possible to show all of that because of the limited time. But our conclusion on like working with vignettes, even though we're like very new to this, so like it's a lot of try and error for us currently still, but we already feel like we're able to get like a deeper insight into the learning processes and the dynamics at school between the students, but also between teachers and students, or like social workers and students. And what's also really interesting is to be able to gain insight not into these processes themselves, but also into the perspectives of the teachers, of the social workers at school, and also of our own perspectives as like the researchers. Like already in our team, we have very different perspectives on the vignettes. So we feel like it's already helping when it comes to school development, or when it comes to finding new starting points for further research, because we feel like the vignettes are able to show certain aspects or like moments of frictions that would usually remain unseen. So even though it's still like a learning process for us, it's been very insightful already. So that was our presentation on the vignette research we're doing. Next slide is just our literature. if you have any questions at the end, we'll be very pleased to answer them.
Next one.
So thank you for your presentation and the great time management. Martina didn't come back, so I would say we start now with questions or comments to the two presentations.
I have questions. This is Irma. I have questions for both Ify and Hannah and their teams, and that is, what kind of advice would you give to other researchers who want to replicate your studies in other contexts? What tips and advice would you want to give us?
Maybe just a short answer from me, and you can add Wiebke or Ify. I would say trust in the process and just try. Yeah.
I also feel like it's important to understand that you can't always replicate everything exactly, because especially with vignettes, it's like so personal and so close to the situation, and it depends so highly on the people who are involved. So I feel like it's also important to take a close look at the situation you are in and at the context you are in, and not try to replace someone else's research that exactly, because I think especially in this field, it's very hard to do.
Thank you. So Ify, you also want to respond?
Thank you. Yes, I can understand what the colleagues say. Maybe to add for our study, and then please, Steffi, I'm looking to you. You also have to say something. But I would also say that we are all. It's very important that we have this kind of exchange, and we look at the potential, but also at the limits, as we wanted to highlight at the end. And what we are looking to at the moment in the VignA core team, but also the Vignette and Anecdote research team, I would say we are looking for instruments where we can research the processes done with vignettes and anecdotes, not only based on this self-perception and processes. I think that's also important to research also these processes with other methods who could be combined and to come in. Yes, that's also a little bit the facet, I would say, of our presentation, or from this two year-long project with different partners in Europe.
Thank
Steffi.
you.
Yes, I just wanted to say something, or to underline what Wiebke said, and maybe it's also a bridge to the things that you mentioned now, Ify, that it's very important to be open for the perception of the you have to help me now. Participants, but also now, as we saw, on the methodological part. So I think we have to, be open.
Thank you. Are there some other questions here in the room or online? I have one more question to the first presentation. So how was the feedback from the educators in terms of their professional development? Do they say the vignette writing helps them?
Ify, should I respond? So I think yes. Also in the portfolios emerged that they expressed that they have now a new way of perceiving. So they never noticed the bodily articulations. I think that was a very important point in the portfolio. So that now they are more sensitized, they see in a different way. So I think, yes, so it did something with them. And I have to say, we also spoke about professionalization, and also there they said they understand now their jobs also in a different way. So they see more. It's more that than they thought.
Okay, thank you.
I know that it's also your topic, Hani.
I know, that's
So
the
I know
reason
that-
why I asked.
I like the question, but you know, for example, in a phonological way, you would say a competent or professional teacher educator is when you're not always secure about what is going on, that you are able to stand back, to look from distance, to bring in other perspectives and so on. That was so interesting, this exchange in the broader team, just to have discussed that, because it's often something implicit what's a professional teacher educator is.
Thank you. So are there some other comments or questions also in the chat? No? Okay, then I would say, because the other speaker, she didn't come back, that we closed the session a little bit earlier, but that's also for us, and we can chat a little bit more in the coffee break. So we will meet us again then at 11:15, with the second session.
Good morning, delegates. My name is Rosa Mudiba. I'm going to be the chair and the facilitator for this session. And this session is starting now and at 11:15 and will conclude at 11:50. So for this session, our theme is Vignette research in educational settings, whereby we have about 3 presentations. So we are going to start with our first presenter. And I have to say, for this session, all our presenters are in person. What will then happen is we are going to give all the presenters an opportunity to present, and as soon as they are done, then we'll engage with their presentations, either in the terms of questions or comments. So we are going to start with the first one, who's going to present on the title, Attitude, Skills and Competencies of Teacher Educators in the Context of SDG, Lucas Weinberg from University of Innsbruck. Thank you. Lucas, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you for the kind introduction, and thank you for all the presentation we've heard already. I'm going to start now to present my presentation, which is closely connected to the Teach for Reach project. And luckily, most of our team members are also here, and I will receive some support in the second half of the presentation from VignA as well. So, I can do it myself, sorry. Yeah. Just a short outline. I will introduce you shortly into the Teach for Reach project, then go into the research design, but it won't take too long to stay within the time frame. And then we go over into the discussion and the first findings, which will be presented by an exemplary vignette of VignA then. So, why Teach for Reach? The Teach for Reach project was established because in the framework of all the challenges our world is facing, or also our society is facing right now. They are so diverse, reaching from inequality in several areas of our lives until loss of biodiversity. So from social things to nature things and all over. And to ensure sustainable living, it's time to take action, and it's time to connect, to face those challenges and to sustain a healthy life. And within all of this, we decided to connect the Teach for Reach project closely to the Agenda 2030 framework of the SDGs, because when we take a look to the SDGs, they're also very diverse. And we are focusing especially on SDG 4 because we have the opinion that within SDG 4, there's the possibility to also face and address all of the other aspects. Because when we take a closer look in SDG 4, we can see, on the bottom, professional development of teachers, like the 4C. And within professional development of teachers, there can be the solution of a couple of problems. So that can be seen as a starting point, at least. But when we take a closer look in teacher educators, we see when we read the reports of UNESCO, for example, they play a crucial role in supporting Agenda 2030. They are key actors not only in bringing knowledge about all those difficult hurdles and problems, but also they can within the formal education, it can lead to behavioral change as well. And with all of this, we have still the problem that teacher educators are still a hidden profession, which definitely calls for more research. And the most important part is seen there, you can see on the in the left-hand corner, because teacher educators have the possibility to use this multiplier effect while teaching pre-service and also in-service teachers. And the Teach for Reach project, therefore, has 4 main goals, which you can see here on this slide. I'm sure we can send around and slides later, so I go just on to another slide to keep within the time frame. We decided on the following research questions. I just read them to you quickly. So the first one is, how is teacher-educator professionalism negotiated, defined and conceptualized in the Global North, the Global South with regard to the 17 SDGs? Second one, how can teacher-educator professionalism be linked to the priority action areas of education for sustainable development? Third, in what ways do teacher-educators consider the SDGs as a planned behavior in their teaching? And last but not least, the fourth question, how can critical mass of teacher-educators be increased, strengthened, and consolidated with regard to Agenda 2030 in the future? And to answer these research questions, we have the following research design. We started with a test questionnaire, and we developed this questionnaire and also publicated it, so you can ask us for the publication later on. Then we have semi-structured interviews, and of course, because we are at the VignA Symposium, we did some vignette, or we're planning to do some vignette research. And now I want to hand over to Witzke for an example.
So the vignette that we are going to conduct and analyze will follow the Innsbruck Vignette Research Method. And its objective is to capture data in person to contribute to nuanced understandings of teaching and learning dynamics in the context of the SDGs. So through these vignettes, we hope to highlight the challenges and the opportunities related to the teacher-educators' professionalism and the way how they integrate the SDGs also in their learning. So we seek to capture real-life experiences and practices in line with the SDGs in the classroom, which cannot be captured through the questionnaire or the interviews that we are also going to conduct. So to give you just some background on the vignette that I am going to read to you, this vignette shows the relationship between a teacher-educator and her student, and also portrays an example of quality education, which is SDG 4, and the strengthening of well-being, SDG 3, in a one-to-one supervision session. And this vignette, just want to add, was translated from Afrikaans, in which it was originally created. So this is the vignette which I did earlier in this year. Wendy sits at her desk in her office. To her right, near the door, sits a student called Renee on a chair. They are planning Renee's research project. Renee's research questions appear in big letters on the computer screen. Wendy moves the computer mouse to highlight the most important concepts of the question in yellow. She moves her chair far backwards until she is seated next to a flip chart board. She puts on her glasses. With a thick marker in one hand, she says in a normal tone of voice while looking at Renee, "Share your findings with me." Wendy moves even closer to the flip chart board. With one leg in front and the other behind the flip chart board, with her arms stretched out in front of her, she writes intro on the empty paper. She turns her upper body and face to Renee before she continues to talk about the content that will be added in this section. She takes off her glasses and holds it in her hand. She explains with a marker in the other hand on the white paper. Here, you have to show clearly what you have done. She puts her glasses on and adds more notes to the paper. Here, you can make beautiful arguments. You are good with making graphs, which you can add here. She shows with the marker to another heading she wrote on the paper. Her focus moves between the highlighted words on the computer screen, Renee and the paper, while they continue to discuss the writing process of Renee's research project. So there are some micro moments that I would like to highlight from this vignette. And I think the first one is that this teacher, educator, makes sure that Renee is also part of the process as she highlights and she have big letters on her computer screen so that both she and Renee can see them, so that they can discuss it. And then Wendy moves even closer to the flip chart board. It's as if she's just part of this process and want to be close and engaged. She turns her upper body and face to Renee before she continues to talk about the content that will be added. So it's really as if she wants to make that connection with her student. And then she said, here you can make beautiful arguments. You are good with making graphs, which you will add here. And I think that is also just an example of highlighting the student's strength and promoting her well-being. And then something that I think that we also should not miss is that the use of teaching resources, and not only the way that the teacher-educator engage with the student, but her use of resources, having the flip chart board, having the computer, as she uses this in her teaching process. Right, to conclude, the preliminary results from the questionnaire show that there is still a lack of knowledge on the SDGs. And then how do we know that teacher educators are aware of the SDGs and face them in their everyday teaching? We would like to know more about this topic that we are researching. And then also the vignettes show that to promote well-being in the department, resilience, inclusion, and the highlighting of colleagues and student strengths are important. And that these skills also promote quality education. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, presenters. Audience delegates, you can make notes regarding the comments that you want to make at the end of the 3 presentations. Now we are moving on to the next presenter, who will be presenting on the topic Vignettes, online data collection and knowledge creation in sustainability sciences. Prof. Irma, over to you.
Thank you very much, Rosa. Okay, so we have spoken about the whole notion of co-experiencing in vignette research. So here we were getting funding for the very first Teach for Reach project, the one preceding the current one, and there's something called the pandemic hit us. And the entire design for the whole project was based on workshops that would have been taken place in person. And the pandemic hit us, and we had to move everything online, but Vignette research was already built into our methodology. So we needed to start experimenting, even though we, up to that point, were only used to writing vignettes in person. Suddenly we had the online environment to negotiate. So in this paper that we're presenting here today, we're asking the question, how can vignette research be conducted in online environments? So we will structure our findings from this study in terms of restraints and also potentials. So in terms of restraints, it was very, very difficult to capture nuances at the interactive level in an online environment because you couldn't see what was happening between people in the room because they were all in their own room. There was also seasonal differences when you capture observation notes. Some of us were sitting with our winter clothes and others were sitting in their summer clothes. Some of them were talking about the snow outside, and some of us in Pretoria were saying the heat is just killing us. So that's something that we have never dealt with before in doing vignette research, because when you are co-experiencing and writing your observations, you're in the same place. So all of that is the same, and this was a difference, and definitely in our minds, a restraint in this project. And then also we had connectivity challenges. People would lose Wi-Fi connectivity, they would hop in and onto the webinars, sometimes the speakers, sometimes the facilitator. So that really was a big challenge for us. Excuse me. So in balancing the restraints, we fortunately also had potentials. We saw that there was very much a narrowing of the geographic distances during knowledge creation in sustainability. So rather than thinking of the vast differences, we were suddenly in the same space, which was a huge advantage in terms of knowledge creation. Also, we saw a lot of professionalization activities taking place amongst the educational stakeholders who were participating in the research project. Okay, and then some of our other findings under potential was we definitely gained layered insights into the way we can use online platforms. I've just said over tea time now to others that in a way the pandemic forced us to do things in the educational space that we should have done years ago already, and then we just had to do it. So we got a lot of insight into how things work from the vignettes that we develop. And maybe not so much the vignette research part of the project, but we definitely strengthened global research networks by pursuing this project in an online environment. Okay, so that's our finding. So by now you're asking, but what is she talking about? Where did this study take place? So it was conducted within the Teach for Reach project, which was based on a webinar series hosted by the University of Pretoria, the University of Innsbruck, and the University of Vienna. Each of us took a theme base. We picked one of the SDGs that we preferred, and we designed a whole webinar around that. And we had education stakeholders, researchers, practitioners in the same rooms. And it was mostly, the theme was on teachers and their role in the sustainability agenda. Our research design was, we had a whole team of vignette researchers. It differed slightly from webinar to webinar, and they were taking their observations during the online discussions within these webinars. They then also became the vignette writers, so from the raw data that they captured from the online observations, they wrote their raw vignettes. But all the observations took place online. None of it was in the same room as the participants or the facilitators. We were each in our own room or our own physical spaces. Our participants were quite vast, predominantly from Africa and Europe because of the design and the nature of the project. It's funded by Africa Uninet, which is seeking to strengthen research ties between Austria specifically and African researchers. So if you look at the participant list, you will see that's where the bigger clusters of countries were of participants participating in our webinars. the webinars were stretched out over a period of 2 years, and it was, like I said, in Austria and South Africa. But although it was predominantly Austrian and South African, we were very inclusive in our approach. So we had a lot of people who also wanted to hop on and wanted to join some of the webinars, specifically if it was within their interest field. So for instance, SDG 5 on gender equality drew a certain type of participant, SDG 4 on quality education, another one, and SDG 3 on health and well-being, another contingent of participants. We really sought to be very inclusive in that. These were some of the questions, not necessarily directly related to the to today's presentation. These were the kind of discussions that was taking place in the different discussion groups at the webinars. So they captured observations and they wrote the raw vignettes. At the time, we didn't have the capacity to do resonance readings to the extent that we would want to. So we did a lot, we balanced that out with intensive vignette readings of the raw vignettes that came from the vignette writers. So I won't read the whole vignette over here, but I want to take you to, I think it's about the third or fourth line from the top, from the bottom actually, where it says, she asks about the ways in which counsellors are trained in South Africa, because in Italy it's not working, Olivia declares. Olivia enthuses, I feel so positive about this interaction. She laughs heartily, and the video screens of the two young women on opposite sides of the world remain the only open screens for the duration of the breakaway session. Olivia and Livia talking about well-being. So this was the raw vignette, and I want to show you after the vignette readings that we then did on the raw vignette, how it changed. And again, I refer you to the last part of the vignette, where it was changed based on the feedback from the vignette readings. Now it only reads, she asks about the ways in which counsellors are trained in South Africa, because in Italy it's not working, Olivia declares. Olivia enthuses, I feel so positive about this interaction. She laughs heartily. So you would see the same kind of changes that you would get from a vignette that was written in person. We also see it here. But in the previous raw vignette, you see the suggestion of the open screens, that they were the only two people talking to one another, and we could see them. The others didn't have their video links on. So it was a very difficult thing to assess in that regard. And that takes you back to the restraints and the potentials that I mentioned in the beginning. Okay, so that's the one final vignette. I also want to share one other vignette, again towards the end. Let me it's 6 lines up about with the sentence starting with 6 lines up from the bottom. Suddenly the screen freezes mid-sentence. The connection disappears. The connecting screen pops up automatically. A tiny circle going around and around on the screen. Recording in progress, says an automated voice. The screen opens back up. Now Alessandro is talking. He is saying in a serious tone that in Italy there is a lot of teacher autonomy, but weak school autonomy. Federico nods his head as he listens. It goes quiet. You're on mute, Alessandro. I'm not sure if you were still talking, he says inquisitively. I was finished, said Alessandro in a monotone. So the point that we want to make here is several things. There was a lot of identification rather than to position themselves theoretically like we often do, say I'm an interpretivist or a phenomenologist or a critical theorist. We were saying I'm from Italy and South Africa. There was much more geographical positioning. We ended the vignettes also showed that we ended up with much more questions than answers. But we also saw high adaptability and tolerance for the technological challenges that we were experiencing. And a lot of the participants were also assuming expertise in the other participants. Reflections on the use of vignettes online. Finer nuances are definitely very challenging to capture, but there's something else that we're capturing here, a phenomena that's also presenting in terms of learning, only now in an online environment. There's the self, the other, and then something in between that we seem to be reporting on. And we think that this is, doing it online is opening up new dimensions and understandings of the notion of show, don't tell that we know well in vignette research. There's also limitations to our study. We have a lot of raw vignettes. Not all of them have been taken all the way to a final vignette yet, because we had more vignette readings than resonance readings. And also we have this open question, we don't know what to do about the invisible participants with the screens locked and muted. What do we do and say about that as scientists? But there's also, fortunately, the strengths. This project allowed us to do deeper reflection on vignette methodology by creating nuanced understandings and knowledge of what's happening in online environments. So, to go back to our question, how can vignette research be conducted in online environments? Our recommendation is with great caution, please. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you so much, Prof. Irma. We are now moving on. We are doing so good in terms of our time. We are now moving on with our third presentation by Mehmet from University of Innsbruck on the presentation titled Accessing Teacher Education from Within, the Case of Islamic Religious Education. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Rosa. I'm very delighted to be here today to talk about the use of vignettes in the training of Islamic religious education teachers in Austria. Well, you heard a lot about Innsbrucker vignette method. Well, it's also new to me, although I'm from Innsbruck. So my work I'm going to present is sort of work in progress. My focus will be on how lived classroom experiences captured through vignettes offer a rich source for professional development and training of future teachers. Before I introduce my work, I would like to take a brief look at the broader context of the Islamic religious education in Austria, so to set the stage for a better understanding. I guess not all of you are familiar with the context. Well, Islamic religious education in Austria has been part of the Austrian public school system since 1980s, and it is taught as a denominational religious education, which means it is tailored to the specific beliefs and teachings of the Islamic community in Austria. Currently, there are around 80,000 Muslim peoples attending to Islamic education classes in public schools, taught by approximately 750 teachers. Well, these peoples come from different cultural backgrounds, as we see on this chart, such as from Turkey, Balkans, Afghanistan, Iran, Middle East, and other Arab countries. Many of them are Austrian citizens and contributing to a multicultural dynamics in the classroom. This diversity, however, brings challenges to the teacher education. Teachers have to be able to navigate diverse religious practices, beliefs, and individual experiences of their peoples. In this context, internships play a crucial role for the training of future teachers. They provide a great opportunity for students to immerse themselves into the real-life dynamics of classroom, where they encounter different beliefs, cultural practices, and experiences of their people. However, during these internships, we observed some certain tendencies among students. Unfortunately, instead of reflecting their experiences, their lived experiences in the classroom, they were making quick judgments or justifying their own doing, blaming others, such as peoples, and drawing abstract conclusions. In response to these tendencies, we introduced vignettes into the internships 2018, and since 2018 we collected around 170 vignettes written by students during their internships in middle and high schools. And my thought, or what I believe is, these writings, these vignettes give valuable insights into the types of classroom situation and experiences students tend to focus on, and how they interpret or reflect these vignettes. These both points I would like to share with you now. Reviewing these vignettes show that students focus on several themes. As the chart here shows, the most common focus areas are classroom interaction with 32%. This includes how teachers manage classroom dynamics, how they communicate and interact with pupils. Then it's followed by task and methods with 18%. This involves the teaching strategies used, and such as how assignments are given and structured, or how different teaching methods are employed. Then it's followed by disruptions with 14%. This refers to the moments where the flow of the lesson is interrupted, whether by pupils or technical issues or other factors. Another issue is lesson introductions. 14% of the vignettes focus on how teachers introduce topics, how they start, or what happens right at the moment when the lesson starts. Other themes include people's questions, provocation by people's motivation, or exemplification of learning content. And a key observation is that the common focus in these themes are unplanned or unexpected events, such as spontaneous questions, reactions, or answers from the pupils are the main focus of the vignettes written by the students. And I think this makes also sense, such as these moments challenges the teacher's ability to adapt and respond in real time. To give you a more concrete sense what these vignettes look like, and I see time is flowing very fast, I brought a vignette written by a student during his internship. The student writes, "The teacher was trying to motivate the students and demonstrate that great things can be achieved with small contributions if everyone participates. The teacher gave an example and asked the students about a project organized in Salzburg called the €1 project. The students were unfamiliar with the project and had never heard of it. The teacher then explained that the Bosnian community in Salzburg wanted to build a mosque and anyone could contribute with just €1. He asked, how does this work? And continued by explaining that anyone could donate and track their progress online. The student listened attentively, though there were occasional funny comments and the class had some light-hearted moments. One student asked the teacher, Hoja, may I ask a question? The teacher responded, yes, of course. The student asked, have you personally donated €1 to this project? The teacher began to laugh and said, Ahmed, to be honest, I haven't donated. This led to general laughter in the class. The teacher embraced the humor and said, it is really interesting. Why haven't I donated? It is only a small amount, but I haven't done it. And others might not be doing it either. Rather than discussing what insights this vignette offers, I would like to look at the interpretation the student who has written the vignette has done himself. He wrote, "From my perspective, Ahmed asked the question seriously and did not intend to put the teacher in an awkward situation. He often asks good questions, and I don't think he was trying to provoke the teacher. The teacher, from my point of view, remained completely calm. He did not become nervous or upset by the question, and he did not question the people further. I learned that even if a question seems provocative, staying composed can lead to more productive discussions. If it had been me in that situation, I might have thought the pupil was trying to provoke me. But it's good that the teacher knows his pupils well and can distinguish who is asking questions to learn and who is trying to provoke or make the class laugh." As we see in this example, the students tend to focus on just one perspective rather than including other perspectives. And I think that they may need guidance so they can consider different aspects. We did also group readings, and to sum up, in my analysis of these vignettes, following methodological conclusions can be drawn so far. The analysis of student vignettes and their readings shows that students in individual readings tend to focus on one perspective and often adapting the one they feel connected to. Well, if they feel sorry with the teacher, then usually discuss it from the perspective of the teacher, and sometimes it depends on the situation. If they feel sorry or they had similar experiences maybe in their own school time, then they discuss it from the perspective of the people. They less discuss it from the perspective of the subject. However, when vignettes are read in groups, the dynamic changes because students bring different perspectives on the table. So it leads then to a richer discussion because every student has different experiences, so has a different perspective on the same situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to all the presenters. Now is our time to ask questions or maybe share our comments with the presenters who shared their insights with us with regard to Vignette's research. Can we start online? There's nothing. Okay, then in the room, while we're waiting for online participants to ask their questions, can you please assist us by checking on the comment section?
Yes, so there's a question from Sunette. She says, "Thank you for the interesting presentations. A question, if professional development in teacher education is supported by Vignette research, which examples of specific competencies would you say are advanced in teacher students?"
Can we have a person from, I think it's presentation 1, who can respond to the question?
Yes, gladly. I think actually the speakers from the previous session will be better able to answer this one because the professional development and the competencies of teachers were exactly. So Hannah, I won't put you on the spot with this, but unless you want to. No. I think, thank you, Sunette, for that question. I think in the Pretoria space where we've done Vignette research, we've leaned more towards the research side. The interest in professional development of teachers is only starting now, so maybe in a year's time I will be better able to answer your question.
Okay, anyone else online? Okay. In-house, any question? In person?
I maybe want to make a comment. What struck me is that, Irma, with your presentation, you talked a bit about the dynamics in the online group and that some people's screens were off and you couldn't see their videos, and how I think that also has a way of making the dynamics different and maybe difficult because you don't know the other person, what is their environment or what's the situation on that side. And then with the last presentation, how the dynamics in person really plays out, and I think really have a huge role in how we react differently because we are part of that group and we know where we are situated in that group. So I think that definitely makes a difference in terms of what we observe also.
Thank you. Do you want to add?
I just want to raise a question.
Okay, you're welcome.
May I? For the last presentation, Mehmet, I think it's a very, thank you for the presentation, and I think it's a very nice approach to use these vignettes like you do it, and then also use it in reflection. I was wondering, in general, do you discuss the vignettes in a way with your students further, or do the students speak about the vignettes with the teacher they observed?
We have the seminary at the university, and then the students have the opportunity to bring every student can bring one example. They mostly write at least 2 vignettes. And then we discuss the content of the vignettes. So, because like I said, mostly when they have also do some written reading because they have to put it in their portfolio. So, and then in the seminary they have the opportunity to discuss in the group. And what we see is the different approach in my expectation was always that they would also discuss many aspects in their own reading, but unfortunately they just focus on one. And the other issue is, like I said a little bit, the focus is not just subject specific, it's more like the challenge is just being a teacher. When they go into the classroom, the most challenging is that we always say teaching is not like it's not technical, so you can't, there are always, you plan, but it always not go according to the plan, so there are dynamics, and these moments are what they are focusing on. I hope, and thank you very much, Lucas.
Thank you so much for the engagement. I see we are 5 minutes behind. So I will then say thank you so much to all the presenters and also for engaging with the presentation. So for now, I think we should break for, you're coming in, Prof? Okay, thank you. Prof will come and just give us some announcements of what we'll do from here. But for now, thank you so much, presenters. Thank you for the comments and the engagements. Thank you.
Okay, so for everyone in the room and for those of us who are online, we now have 5 minutes open between the next time slot on our program. Between 12 o'clock and 1 o'clock, it will be the session for the VignA Network Annual General Meeting as well as the VignA Awards. And for that, for all the VignA members, the link have been sent out, I think about a week ago. So we will not be doing it on this platform. It will move to that other Zoom link that was distributed by the VignA Network itself for the AGM and the VignA Awards. In this room, we will also now hop over to that Zoom link, and then we will be back after lunch for the continued program today. Thank you, everyone.
Welcome back, everybody, after a wonderful lunchtime on a Friday evening. So we are ready to continue. Good evening. Good afternoon. Wake up for the last part of our wonderful symposium, and we hope that you are ready. So this session is titled Utilizing Vignette Research in Doctoral and Master's Degree Research. So we have a slight change in our program, and we are going to start with Sunette Grobler with the title The Art of Vignette Writing, Insights from a Doctoral Researcher on the Process of Iterative Refinement. Thank you, Sunette.
Okay.
Good day, and thank you so much for the opportunity for me to present this study with you. So I actually did not apply vignette research in my PhD, but however, I did write one vignette, and I then did some research on the raw and revised vignette, and I will share the insights with you today. So I'm Sinead Grobler. I'm originally also from South Africa, but I had the opportunity to complete my PhD at the University of Innsbruck. And I also had the opportunity to work with the Teach for Reach 1.0 team, where I did write one vignette on well-being at the well-being webinar. And today I will share with you just how some differences between the raw and the revised vignette, and also the lessons I learned from this. So I'm quite new to the vignette research, but I'm really interested in this topic. Yeah, so let's start. So here is just a few points that I will share with you today. Firstly, a short introduction, then characteristics I identified in the literature, the methodology I made use of, the conceptual framework I then developed by just categorizing the different characteristics together. Then I will first share my learnings from the revision with you, and then I will share some examples if I have enough time regarding the differences. So we've learned a lot about vignettes already today, and yeah, we all know that vignettes are tools that simulate real-life events in written or visual form. It's also effective in qualitative research, and we can also apply it in quantitative research, as I explored in the literature. And then it encourages responses and discussions to uncover participants' beliefs and emotions, as well as their experiences. So as I already said, this paper compares a raw and a revised vignette on well-being, and just to share some differences based on a framework I developed. And yeah, in this study, I compare vignettes and vignette writing actually to, let me just put this down, yeah. I compare it to artwork, because vignette writing and also the characteristics are essential in the process of vignette writing. And the detail and iterative nature of vignette development also mirrors the process of crafting a piece of artwork, as I just, yeah, this is just what I compared with when I started analyzing and also in the process of writing at the previous, at the webinar, where each element is thoughtfully selected, refined, and woven together to form a beautiful artwork. So just like art is being carefully put together, focused on the color, the form, and compositions, this is also how a vignette writer should meticulously shape and narrate lived experiences by the participants. So, I think we are all familiar with, or most of us are familiar with, the different characteristics of vignettes and vignette writing. Early work in the 1900s suggests or talks about clarity, descriptive detail, authenticity, setting the stage to use vignettes as a reflective tool in qualitative research. Later on, they also focused on collaborative analysis, stimulating critical thinking and promoting emotional resonance, and also reflecting on the growing complexity of different research contexts. And then with the latest book we already saw in the network meeting as well, that was published by Evie Agostini, Michael Schratz, and Maelov. They also then built on these foundations and characteristics, and they further included aspects such as including the participant in the process of vignette writing, vignette in reflective practices, as well as professional development. And they also focused on ethical considerations, as well as phenomenology and intersubjectivity. So with this study, I approached it qualitatively, and I made use of the conceptual-driven reflective case study design, where I first developed a framework with the characteristics that I found in the literature by categorizing them together. Then I made use of this framework to compare the raw and the revised vignettes. And I also made use of reflective practices in analyzing this. And then I share lessons learned from the comparisons of the raw and revised vignettes. So just to give you an overview, here is the conceptual framework I developed. I did make use of OpenAI, but to be honest, I had to change a lot of things. So yeah, I grouped it together with category names such as language and presentations, engagement and interaction, practicality and efficiency, context and application, and then structure and format. And I will not be able to go into detail on this, but just to give you an idea, the language and presentation then focuses on characteristics such as a vignette should be brief and focused, descriptive and detailed, immersive, concrete, but yet non-directive. So it has to be open for interpretation, but I'm talking about the language and presentation now. It should be written authentically, clear and consistent. And yeah, with the engagement, it focuses a lot on, it should provoke discussion, critical thinking, reflection, the participants should be included and aspects like that. And then we have the third one with, it should be reflective, iterative, flexible, piloting should be part of the process. And then we have context and application, focusing on aspects such as the phenomenology, also intersubjectivity. It should generate further research. It should promote professional development, etc. And then the structure and format just says how it can be written and presented. So I will first share my learnings with you because the time is so limited. First of all, since vignettes are usually critical thinking provoking, according to the literature, I had to ask myself, how would I know if my vignette is really provoking critical thinking since I don't have a lot of experience in this yet? And I could not find any measurements on how I can measure the critical thinking. However, it then took me back to the critical thinking stimulating aspects, according to Dewey in 1910, which is, it should contain a problem or a challenge. It should provoke curiosity and open-mindedness. It should be involve active engagement, logical reasoning, and also reflection. And as you can hear, these are already characteristics of vignettes. So that helped answer my question. Then piloting. So piloting is also something new for me that I found. It is a characteristic of writing a vignette and refining the process. So it is used to refine vignette-based questions and scenarios. For example, some authors found that piloting helped improve the quality of the vignettes by revealing potential misunderstandings or shortcomings. So that could be really helpful in writing vignettes. And then versatility or flexibility is also a character related to the research method as a vignette. And vignettes are adaptable to a range of disciplines and research methods, including both qualitative and quantitative approaches that I was not aware of. And it can also be made use of in cross-cultural studies. And versatility of vignettes allows it to be used in diverse research contexts while addressing sensitive topics. And then the fourth point, how can more context, a question that I was also a little bit wondering about is how can more context be included without making a vignette really lengthy with brief important information? And I found in the literature focus on concise descriptions that emphasizes key sensory details use brief yet vivid language to capture the essential actions and experiences, and also imply broader context through carefully chosen details rather than explaining everything. And that's something I did a lot in my raw vignette. So what I also found that was really helpful is ensure that every sentence adds value to the overall narrative, and this is key to achieving this. And then lastly, vignettes can also be used in research-based learning in professional development or developing professionals in their areas. So this was really interesting. The whole process was really interesting, just exploring about vignettes and also comparing the vignettes. So I think my time is almost over, but yeah, I can just share some examples with you. For example, in my raw vignette, I started with, "It's a beautiful day in Austria," which is an unnecessary detail. So with the revised vignette, the extra details were removed and it was more focused. And then it also, I, for example, stated you could experience Mary, the participants' passion and surety, and then it was changed to her passion and surety shows through the way she talks, the way she uses hand gestures, and her facial expression. So here the whole concept of showing rather than telling came to play. And then, sorry, I did not. So here is just some of the examples. And then with the engagement and interaction, it also, yeah, so I asked, for example, what does well-being mean to you? And this also gave insights into what the topic is and what the interests are of the participants that were discovered. And then with the next grouping, just another example, the raw vignette was actually long and had unnecessary information, where the revised vignette were more concise and easier to analyze and extract insights. Both the vignettes were written with ethical and mindful considerations. And then second to lastly, just another example regarding I want to just focus on the intersubjectivity. Like Professor Elmailov also presented earlier, it was really hard capturing the nuances through the online platform. So it was challenging capturing all the reactions and also all the participants' reactions, because as she also mentioned, they did not have their video cameras on. So this was actually a big challenge, and I would appreciate trying to write a vignette in a personal situation. And then just a last example that the raw vignette was a bit chaotic due to excessive details, but the revised vignette structured it to allow open interpretation while maintaining the coherence. So it was also shortened and it made it more plausible at the end of the day. So just to conclude, yes, I did get a snapshot into this well-being webinar, and I did just quickly analyze this vignette, and it showed the themes of passion, resilience, and also the challenges of virtual communication. And yeah, I compare it to reflective artwork, of course, and unfortunately I only analyzed one vignette for this study, so I see it as a limitation. But I would definitely like to expand my research by analyzing more vignettes and also by doing more vignette research. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sunette, and we hope to see and read and hear more about your vignettes in future. So we are going on to our next presenter, Henk Mostert, on the theme Educators' Lived Experiences of Homophobic Victimization in Independent Secondary Schools. Thank you, Henk.
Thank you, Visca. I just want to, if somebody can just tell me if my PowerPoint is coming through, if you guys can see it.
No, we cannot see it yet.
Can you see it?
Yes, thank you, Henk.
Oh, just hold on one sec. Sorry. Apologies. It's still okay, Viska? Sorry. Okay.
It's
Thank you,
perfect,
Sunil.
thank you.
Thanks. Okay. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm currently doing my PhD under the supervision of Professor Ilov. And and as Viska has indicated, I'm focusing on educators' lived experiences of homophobic victimization in independent secondary schools. Just a little bit background of myself. I used to be a lecturer at the University of Johannesburg, and then decided to move down to the, well, not down, but to the Center of Psychological Services and Career Development, where I'm in the therapeutic services and focusing on therapeutic interventions with students based on a variety of disorders, etc. I'm also in private practice part-time, so that's me, and I will now start. I think I would first just like to just show this the phases that I've used. But before I do that, I would just like to highlight that my main research questions was, how does homophobic victimization present in the lived experiences of educators at independent secondary schools? I have a second main question, that's how would a vignette research design contribute to the exploration, explanation, and understanding of homophobic victimization as experienced by the educators at independent secondary schools? So I will walk you through the three phases of the research, each contributing the uniqueness to this research that I've tackled and really enjoy. And I've also done a previous research on this. And this is just a topic that I really feel so passionate about, in terms of, although South Africa has quite a progressive constitution and a discrimination based on homophobic learners, etc., is prohibited in schools and in general. It still happens in our schools, and also from educators playing into it as well. So the phase one that I've used was focus group interviews. The first phase of the study delved into the lived experiences of educators through face-to-face interviews with 3 focus groups that I've conducted. Well, I haven't. I'll just get to it just now to explain a bit more. So each group consisted of 6 to 8 educators familiar with their educational environment. The discussions were facilitated by an external educational psychologist who were registered with the Health Profession Council of South Africa. Importantly here, I think the researcher myself did not act, so I didn't actively participate, but made observational notes in the interactions and discussions within the groups. All interviews were also recorded and later transcribed using an interpretive phenomenological analysis. Phase 2 of the process that I followed was a vignette generation and analysis. So in this phase, I developed the vignettes, short descriptive narratives based on the immersive observations during the interviews. The vignettes served as a reflective piece of pieces capturing the educators' experiences in a co-experiential way. Then just to take you to phase 3 to understand that aspect, the integration of the findings. The final phase brought together insight from the focus group and the vignettes, synthesizing them into new knowledge. This integration approach provided a deeper and a more nuanced understanding of homophobic victimization in independent secondary schools. The combination of the interpretive phenomenological analysis and the vignettes allowed for a holistic exploration of educators' experiences, lived experiences, uncovering insights that would otherwise remain hidden. So the study then offers a valuable perspective on the challenges faced by educators working in independent secondary school environments where homophobic victimization is a reality. Let's move on to the next one. So the central storyline, I'm just going to read to you because that captures it for me quite together and bringing it quite together. The storyline weaves together varied past, present expressions of homophobic victimization that occur in private secondary schools and the complex interplays of complicating and mitigating social factors and educator and learner attitudes. Some educators grapple with social norms and pressures, while others present as role models who seem to lead by example. It is a nuanced tale of schools striving for an ethos of inclusivity and to eliminate victimization through policy implementation, proactive education, and provision of support systems. The school environment reflects the strides made in embracing diversity, both within the school and broader community, and the lingering challenges that remain. So I thought that due to the time limit as well, I'm not going to go and into every aspect because of the broadness of the study. And I decided to just take one vignette and read it to the audience. And yeah, I'll do that and then just have a short discussion about it. Raj, during the conversation, looks up at the facilitator with a deep and thoughtful emotion in his face. He mentions the negative effect of homophobia. You see it in the learners, the fear of coming out, the fear of being ridiculed. And so they hide, and they hide it well. But when they leave school, that's when the pressure hit them. The mood darkens while Raj goes on to share a marked strategy of a past homosexual student he taught who took his own life as a university student. His saddened facial expression and lowered voice tone echoes the impact that this poignant experience had on his well-being. The facilitator sympathizes with Raj's story by looking at him with an empathic expression on her face. When the discussion draws closer to the end, Raj contributes to the discussion once again, emphasizing the need for more robust support systems and education to prevent such loss. He somberly admits that the culture needs to change, a sentiment echoed by the other educators. So this was quite, I think, one of that also struck me in terms of what happened. And what some of the educators really do go through um, in schools, and the risk of suicide, mental health, etc. So yeah, so Raj's comments on the adverse effects of homophobia by describing it as a fear of identifying as homosexual and being teased, which was really brought up in this. He also expressed the concern of students hiding their sexual orientation and make it clear that the pressure is intensified when existing when it's in the school environment specifically. So Raj's pain of revealing this tragedy, sorry, I always mispronounce it, of losing a previous student to suicide is really expressed in his facial expression, and even how his voice became really soft, and had to really listen what he had to say at that time. So Raj emphasizes and is cognizant of the pain and suffering of students caused the students' causes by homophobia and what it caused. He appears to carry a burden of the sorrow of the loss, and maybe carrying residual feelings of guilt that was uh, unable to express, and still happening in schools, and those emotions that just stays with them. So that was more a bit of a afterward session when I had to have a little bit of a discussion with him regarding this, as it did cause a bit of trauma and had to contain and so on.
Henk, sorry to interrupt. You have 1 minute left.
Oh, thank you. And consequently advocates implementing good support structures, which is really crucial, and variables such as societal attitudes, and that also needs to change, and a lot still to do in the school environment. So with Visca, I'm going to stop there, if you don't mind, and then yeah, I can just I just wanted to highlight that part out.
Thank you, Henk. I'm sure if there are questions, then all the participants is welcome to put it in the chat or to ask in person. Our next presenter is Ingrid Du Plessis, and her theme is using vignettes to explore anxiety in young, traumatized South African children by writing from the child's perspective. Ingrid, the floor is yours. Ingrid, we can't seem to see your presentation. If there's maybe just an indication that you can hear us or that you are ready, it will be appreciated. Ingrid, it seems like you are still muted. If you can maybe just unmute yourself, please.
Okay, can you hear me?
Thank you, yes.
Okay, and can you see my presentation?
We only see you, so if you can maybe just share your screen.
Okay. Sorry, it's a bit of a technical. Let me just see here. Share screen. Okay, can everybody see it now?
Okay.
Can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, wonderful. Can I start? Sorry for the technicality to this. Can I please start then?
Yes, it's perfect. Thank you, Ingrid.
Okay, wonderful. Thanks. Well, good afternoon to everybody, and it's an absolute pleasure to share my presentation with you today, and thank you for the opportunity. Yes, let's start. Why am I struggling so? Okay, great. Okay, so if I can just, sorry, I can't see anything here. Why am I so struggling here? Let me just try to get this open. Okay, the title of my study is Exploring How the Subjective Wellbeing of Young Traumatized Children with Anxiety Can Be Supported. And the theme of my abstract is using vignettes to explore the anxiety in young traumatized South African children by writing vignettes from the child's perspective. My study was conducted in 2021, and I've used the interpretive phenomenological approach and a combination of intervention and vignette research. The data were collected within an individualized, intuitive psychological therapeutic process. I've used 5 primary participants with ages between 8 and 14 years old, and secondary participants, which were the parents and the teachers of the primary participants. The place of research is, this study was conducted in Fairland, Gauteng, South Africa, at a public primary school with approximately 1,200 learners and 71 teachers. My study took place at my therapy room at the primary school, as well as my private practice at my home in Honeydew. So during this presentation, I really want to focus on how I've learned to write a vignette from the perspective of the participant. The process I followed when writing a vignette. First of all, the steps that I've followed was I had 3 main focus points, which were well-being, trauma, and anxiety. So normally before I start with my observations, I would allocate 10 to 15 minutes before I start with the observations. And then as I write my observations, I would then keep in mind these 3 focus points, namely the subjective well-being, trauma, and anxiety. So before I start, I would first of all allocate the time, the place, and then I would focus on what I see, what I hear, what I smell, the atmosphere, as well as the tone of voice, the silence, facial expressions, and body language. Then, based on all of the observations and of everything that I've actually observed and experienced, or actually co-experienced, of the experience of the participant, I would then start to write a raw vignette. And I'll always try to make sure that there's a congruence between my observations and the vignette. And of course, another very important aspect is to always keep in mind to show and not to tell. Now I would like to share a vignette with you. I am just the little pictures of my, well, on the right-hand side, it's actually in the way of my, the vignette that I would like to share with you now. I actually wanted to read it to you, but now I can't see it properly. But it's the phenomenon of this vignette is the subjective well-being, and this was written from the therapist perspective. So I am going to give you just a few seconds, a bit of time just to read through this vignette. Unfortunately, I can't read it with you because I can't see it properly. But you can just read through it. And this was actually the first vignette that I wrote. And unthinkingly, I wrote it from the therapist perspective. And then I did some more intensive reading about vignette research and or vignette writing, and that steered me to write from the child's perspective. And in alignment with the Innsbruck Vignette Research, my supervisor, Prof. Irma Earl, also suggested that I should write the vignettes from the child perspective to emphasize the child's life rather than the therapist's. And here is an example of a vignette from the child's perspective. I would love you to read through it, but you can clearly see the difference in the way I've written it from the child's perspective. I'll just give you just to read through it. And then I would like to share with you the difference between the raw vignette versus the refined vignette. Sorry, I'm just trying to get, is there anybody who can maybe assist me with this? I'm just trying to, can anybody hear me? Can everybody hear me?
Ingrid, yes, we can hear you.
Yes, I'm just trying to get, I want to read this for you, but I can't see it. So is there anybody who can just assist me with this?
I just want to, for clarity, is it the raw vignette versus a refined vignette that you cannot read?
Yes, yes.
All right, yes, I will read it for you.
I can't see it in front of, will you please, because I can't see it.
Okay, just your screen is now over the side, so we can't see the whole presentation anymore. All right, there we go. I will read it for you. A raw vignette might include observations that reflected my interpretation as a psychologist. In refining the vignette, I deleted the underlined phrases as assumptions I made on the child's behalf without having grounds for them. This illustrates an important aspect of show and don't tell.
Okay, so on the left-hand side, you can see I'm going to read this with you. The raw vignette, the teacher says, and this was actually taken from an observation during a class visit. I would just like to read it with you. The raw vignette, the teacher says that he has to wrap his tooth in a piece of tissue and take it home so that the tooth mouse can come and visit. Sometimes I get so busy that it may seem to Aunt Ingrid that I do not listen. But when teacher instructs us to take out our reading cards and reading books, I do so immediately. The teacher is very proud of me and says that the class should clap hands for me because I remembered them so beautifully. I smile proudly. Now, the refined one is where I took out the assumptions that I, as therapist, made. And this is a clear example of show and not tell. The refined vignette is the teacher says that he has to wrap his tooth in a piece of tissue and take it home so that the tooth mouse can come and visit. When a teacher instructs us to take out our reading cards and reading books, I do so immediately. Teacher says that the class should clap hands for me because I remembered so beautifully. I smile proudly. So how did Vignette research enrich my study? I think by using Vignette research, it made a contribution to the science of psychology because my study was the first in South Africa to implement an interpretive phenomenological study using vignettes to give meaning to the lived experiences of the participants. And then, of course, by using vignettes, it captured and documented the voices of the lived experiences by the participants. The purpose of creating these vignettes was to gain an appreciation and an in-depth understanding of the complexities of classroom and therapy settings. Thank you. It was a pleasure to be able to present this to you today. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Ingrid. Much appreciated. And now for the last presentation for this session is Leanda Otto, and she will be talking to us about teachers' experiences on anxiety in the classroom during the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you, Leanda.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope I'm going to spice it up a bit, because we can either say, oh my goodness, it's been a long day, it's Friday afternoon, or we can say, yes, it's Friday afternoon and it's hot and it's weekend. So I hope that my topic will be a bit of that, hence all the color to bring in my personality as well. So my study focused on the experiences of teachers, specifically linked to anxiety in the classroom during the COVID-19 pandemic. And being an educational psychologist, I have a passion for teachers. I think that often teachers, they fall behind because the focus is not, it's a lot on the learners and not always on the teachers. That's just personally one of my thoughts. So it brought me to my research question: in what way did teachers in independent primary schools experience anxiety in the classroom during the COVID-19 pandemic? And what came out in the study is that the term classroom changed from the traditional form of classroom during the pandemic and quickly became a virtual classroom as well, and the challenges that came with that. So there were 3 sub-questions, and each sub-question was posed to the different focus groups that I'm going to explain just now, focusing specifically on how it affected the teachers' anxiety levels. Secondly, how it manifested in the classroom from the teacher's perspective. And then lastly, in what way did the anxiety on and between teachers manifest in the classroom? Because we know that if our colleagues, if we are experiencing anxiety amongst each other, it can also be presented in the classroom. So I love this saying, if you have to put someone on a pedestal, put teachers. They are society's heroes. And I think this is something that so profoundly came out of this study that we're going to see a little bit later on. So it was an interesting study. I did my master's dissertation on creative expressive arts therapy and activities. So on the one side, it can be used in therapy as an intervention, and on the other side, it can be used as a data collection method, which, as I said, I like to spice things up, and it just made it really fun for the participants that we found in the study. And it wasn't just focus groups, there were actually activities involved. And if you read up on creative expressive arts activities, you'll find that it goes deep very quickly. So the richness of the data is just so much more. Then I was introduced to Vignette research, and the lights just went on because I love storytelling. I think I could have been from Italy because I love to speak with my hands. I could have been Italian. So I love storytelling. And vignettes for me just opened up a whole new world. And immediately I thought, creative arts activities combined with vignette writing, wow, what are we going to get? So visited 3 different schools, 6 participants each, voluntary participation, and I was the observer. So for the first time, I was not the researcher engaging in the sessions and leading the sessions. An external psychologist was leading the sessions, and I could sit back and observe. And like we know, as educators and psychologists, we love people watching, so this was really a pleasure. So my data analysis, the video and the audio recordings really helped a lot with the vignette writings as well, just kind of refreshing your memory again on what color they were wearing and what the atmosphere was like in terms of the colors in the room. Then transcriptions of the focus group discussions, the actual conversations and photographs. And the study really highlighted one main theme, which indicated that the pandemic-induced anxiety presented educators with a very complex and emotionally charged experience. So it was such, there were vast experiences, different experiences from everyone. And the data collection from the focus groups, so from the transcriptions, brought about a number of different categories and subcategories, and that you can read in the study. It's extremely insightful, that's my opinion. So first of all, there were positive and negative experience. So for some, it was really a positive experience. You'll see in the categories there was room for reflection. The research itself, us asking the questions, allowed teachers to reflect and to look at the positive experiences as well as the negative experiences, not only on them personally, on their families, also their colleagues and the people around them, but also on their workload management. So all of a sudden, they had to rapidly adapt. They had to now teach online that they've never done before. Some of them have never used technology before, and they were just expected to cope. So there wasn't always the necessary support available, but the schools, it came out in the research that most of the schools really tried really hard to support. And how do you support if you don't know how because you've never been through it before? So hence the study's results are really interesting. So the questions were posed, and as I mentioned, the 3 different questions. The first one was posed, and the participants were asked to create a free writing piece. So they literally wrote whatever was going on in their mind about the first question posed about their own anxiety. The second question specifically linked to how it manifested in the classrooms amongst the learners and themselves, and they then created an oil pastel drawing. And the last one linked to the anxiety experienced amongst and between them as educators. They created a clay activity. And the reactions and just the engagement of the participants were really very powerful and rich. So I would like to read the one vignette to you that really highlights the main theme of the findings. And then, depending on the time, I also want to read a very short extract of the other side that we actually got from the vignette. So very important to state is that the data from the transcriptions brought about certain elements, but the vignettes brought something completely different. And I think it speaks to what we spoke about yesterday and this morning, is that vignettes really bring a deepness, and the small nuances that you don't pick up in the transcriptions and the words, but that you only get to experience through vignettes. So this one starts and it says, "A colorful and playful classroom. Yellow, green, red and blue tables fill the space. Laughter and voices of children playing and walking outside in the corridors float through the room and fade in the distance on a balmy South African spring day. The facilitator, the researcher, and 6 participants are seated comfortably in a circle, each at their own colorful desk. The facilitator poses the first sub-question of the focus group session. In what way did the COVID-19 pandemic affect teachers' anxiety levels? The facilitator invites the participants to complete a free writing activity to assist in answering this question. After completing the writing activity, participants are invited to share their work if they feel comfortable doing so. Pam shares her experience during the COVID-19 pandemic linked to the question posed, with an emotional discharge of frustrated hand gestures and whimpering voice. I have to admit that just writing about it kind of got me all, not worked up, but just, I hated lockdown. I hated it so much. And if I think about ever having to go back to something like that, I can't. Tears run down her rosy cheeks. Her short brown hair flicks in motion as she shakes her head from side to side. The facilitator contains Pam with gentle words and eye contact. So notice the emotions that are coming up. The tears are a release. So we notice it and we let it release. The participants in the room gaze with care and empathy at Pam, whilst Mary, who's sitting on Pam's right side, reaches out to place her left hand on Pam's right arm. The ambiance in the room has deepened, but the affinity remains. And when I read it now, like when I prepared last night, I actually got tears in my eyes, and not realizing the emotion that was experiencing even after the study, reading it again. And for me personally, I can say that just writing down observations would never have, for me, elicited these emotions. So I think for time, maybe I've got 2 minutes. Okay, so on the handout, you'll see that there's one of the other vignettes, and I'm just going to highlight the last little portion. And in this session, there were also creative arts activities, and I'm going to start on the last section. Eyes connect across the room, and the caring atmosphere is tangible. A crisp, clear air and lingering sense of floral perfume become noticeable. A sense of connectivity becomes visible on faces as eyes connect, and heads nod in agreement while Sarah shares her thoughts and sparkles of affirmation. For me, and for us as a family, we really saw it as a blessing to be together and see value in the small things and how little we actually need. We live these very big lives. We don't actually need so much. We just need each other. And for me, that was so beautiful to see the positivity that was also produced by the pandemic. And when we think about the pandemic, we think about there was this spill and we put a carpet over it. We kind of suppressed it and we moved on. And I think what this study highlighted is not only the positive and the negatives, but also that we need to deal with what happened during the pandemic. Because I think for some, we did put the carpet on. And we know what happens to coffee underneath the carpet. It starts molding and it seeps through. And I think that leaves us with a lingering thought for you to also go and read the study and see the rest. So let me leave you and say thank you so much for the opportunity, and may we explore the world one vignette at a time. Thank you.
Thank you, Leanda, and thank you to all the presenters for your insightful contribution today. If there are any questions, please, you can raise your hand or you can just send us a message in the chat. All right. And then, all right, we will continue then to our next session. Thank you so much.
May I just answer one question? At first, thank you for this presentation. It felt really like, yeah, it's Friday afternoon. So thank you for this, and it gave us a lot of energy for the last part. I was interested, like you presented those 4 research questions. Maybe I just missed it, but were you able to answer those research questions using the vignettes?
So yes, the sub-questions came from the main topic, And we were able to answer the 3 different questions. So from the analysis, the thematic analysis on the transcriptions and the actual conversations, the themes answered the questions as well. And then in the next chapter, I did the vignettes. And from the vignettes, we were also able to answer those questions. And at the end, triangulated both. And that's where we saw that in answering those questions, the vignette actually gave different elements as opposed to the transcription. So yes, those 3 questions were answered in the conclusion. Thank you.
Hello, thank you. Thank you so much for the presentations. I also have, it's not a question, but a comment for the last presenter, Leanda. I like your energy. Okay, you know, one thing that I realize now, I know we've been talking about it from yesterday, is the power of vignette to be able to extract the emotions. Because with your 2 vignettes that you shared with us, the other one I know you just brushed over, but the first one I read it with you. So I was in that last room where you were sitting in a focus group. I was there. So the way it's written, it really display all those emotions. And I was, for some time, even emotional. I was one of those participants who cried because I'm like, wow, there is power in vignette writing, which through observation, these emotions you sometimes miss, and also through interviews, you are not able to record. But through vignette, you are able to clearly demonstrate that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mine is more of a comment, I'd say, to Hank. The study is very much interesting, you know, and I got to think of the impact of homosexuals seeking for sympathy and acknowledgement instead of claiming the space, you know, the issue of belonging. So I'd say that, I hope the study, you know, it's contribute positive towards what schools and also institutions of higher learning. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one comment in the chat from Gabrielle Rafgip. I'm very pleased about the interest in vignette research and its use in different contexts, and to explore lived experiences, especially experiences of discrimination, shaming, and othering. To Ingrid, thank you for your presentation. So good to hear how vignette research inspires your research, access to the lived experiences of students and clients in therapy. You showed very vividly how the raw vignette has changed, in the sense of what Husserl calls epoch, the withholding of preconceptions, knowledge, interpretations. Just a note, vignettes are not usually written in the first person. To Leanda, such a wonderfully written vignette in which you describe the atmosphere and bodily expression of the student. Very touching. I'm really impressed, and such a nice closing quote. Thank you all for your contributions.
So now we are coming to our last session for today. We have again 4 presentations, 3 online, 1 in person, about anecdotes. And I will be very strict on time right now because we have to close on time. So I would say we directly go now with the first presentation about shared stories. It's from Anja Baulis from the University of Munich and Agnes Kaposi from the United Kingdom.
Hello, thank you very much for having me here, because I'm right now coming to your conference because I was busy to teach today. So I have to apologize not being being here before, and now I should have, like, you should see my full screen, and I try to be on time because it's the first time that I present here. My name is Anja Ballis, and I have to apologize Agnes Kaposi. She's a friend of mine, and she turned 92 last Sunday, and that is the reason why she can't show up today, because she has a medical appointment. And, we went through together through this presentation, and she sends all her greetings to you, and we are very curious what you think about our project. This is a work in process, and we are really happy to present it here today. At first, I have to say Agnes Kaposi is a Holocaust survivor who was born in 1932 in Hungary and went to the United Kingdom in 1956. And, I think she wouldn't like it if I would just fix it on her role as a Holocaust survivor, because she is a technical engineer and is very much into engineering and is still working till today. And since 3 years, we work together on different issues, especially on Holocaust education. And we are meeting regularly on Zoom and talking to each other. And on one of those occasions, at the beginning of this year, Agnes just told me a story which came up to her, which came to her mind. And to me, it was like I was totally sure that this is an anecdote. And I would like to ask you kindly to read this anecdote by yourself, because this is the starting point of our project. Let's see if you can hear it. Okay, did you get the idea of the anecdote? So this was like the story she shared with me on Zoom, and then I asked her to just write it down, and she did it. And then we sort of like discussed further issues, because I was thinking this might be a very good idea of telling her story, because Agnes always shares stories in such small pieces to tell her story, with the help of anecdotes. But then she sort of like refused that and said, well, we should also bring in other forms of discrimination and prejudice. And this was sort of like the beginning of our project, that we thought of the significance of anecdotes in addressing prejudice, and that we also thought of personal narratives, that they provide insight in the formation and the impact of prejudice. And we also were thinking, because I am a language educator and a literary scholar, of educational strategies to tackle prejudice. So working since February on this project, Shared Stories, and we say it's an interdisciplinary project. Agnes sees herself as an engineer, and I see myself as an educator working on this project. And right now we collect anecdotes. We ask friends, and the friends ask other friends. And so we have like this snowball system, and we try to find a database that we analyze, and we build on these personal experiences related to prejudice. And you see here for like I have to do everything very roughly. For the prejudice term, we use like socio-cultural theory, since we define prejudice as a motivated devaluation based on perceived differences. and that they are devaluation human beings. And so we think that we should follow a sociocultural impact, because we think that sociocultural influences shape prejudice. But since I'm also a literary scholar, we are also having a look at anecdotes as a literary genre. And of course, we are very familiar with the philosophical tradition of thinking and decision-making with the help of anecdotes. And I was quite excited when I found your network that you also bring it into education, because that fits actually our ideas we also do have. Let me just continue. We are collecting right now the anecdotes, and we are sending out emails and asking the person to write in the first person perspective about prejudice experience, which they kept, like in Agnes' case, for a longer period. We are well aware that it's not a statistically representative sample, but what we can see and what you might have experienced in reading Agnes' anecdote, why it is rich in qualitative insight. And we try to use these anecdotes to model the narratives of the anecdotes, to find common themes and patterns of the prejudice process, like which is written down. And we try to think how we could use these ideas and these models for, again, modeling education settings. We have 3 core questions, which I also sent you in the abstracts. What narrative forms do individuals choose when documenting their everyday experience of prejudice? This is sort of in my field that I'm having a look at the varied storytelling techniques. If they are sort of like telling in a chronological account, here you see it's a combination of chronological account and reflective narrative. You see Agnes uses a very objective language, and it has also a very personal approach, since she's asking questions. And that is what we are doing actually with all the anecdotes we have collected. And these are right now 40 so far. The second question, and that is Agnes' field, where she's very busy because she's very well as an engineer to solve problems and to develop models. And she tries to find a model shaping this prejudice process, which is laid down in the anecdotes, and which could be sort of like a generic model of a prejudice process. And we are not yet ready to present the model, because Agnes is still testing it and redefining and reshaping it. And I think that is what she said me, that I should sort of like, it's very important to her that it is not just on prejudice, but it's also on society, and how, and this I think is her approach, how can we make like the world actually a place where we try to fight prejudice and find a way to reflect on it. And the third one is, again, in my field, what are the implications for educational practices? And, our first approach is that we use like a question generating approach, that we ask the students and the learners to ask questions, and in this way trying to initiate a dialogue. And we think right now of implications we do have when, going this very individual approach with the students. And to get it a little bit more lively, you see here examples from my class. I had done, these are university students in the 3rd semester, and in June this year, I gave them Agnes' anecdote why, and here you see like the way, like when using like this question generating approach, that they can connect in a very different way. They ask questions like, why does she continue to tutor if she remains an outsider? What contribution must school make to make forms of discrimination visible and understandable? Why did you help them even though you knew they were bullying you? Why no friends? Or did the classmates who received tutoring not show gratitude? Is this discrimination? This story could also happen in 2024 in the middle of Europe. And we are collecting now from the university students and in a second row from high school students, how they respond to these anecdotes and how we can sort of like integrate this data also in our educational approach. You see, we have some challenging, it's a very diverse representation. What we find of prejudice, this is my, I'm sorry, this is my timer. We find a very diverse representation of prejudice in the anecdote collection. And we also feel like also in class already that it has an emotional weight also on students if they read these personal stories. But we had like the feeling this might be a way to address like this sensitive topic and, you know, to discuss like critical issues in societies with our students. I thank you for listening. This was pretty fast. I'm so sorry for that. And just feel free to contact us, maybe Agnes or me. We would be happy. And I recommend you also visiting Agnes' website. Thanks.
Thank you for your interesting study. So I would say let's proceed with the second presentation. It's from Gabriele Radgeb from Tyrol University of Education in Austria and Hans-Karl Peterlini from the University of Klagenfurt, and they will talk about what anecdotes can tell us.
Can you see my presentation now? Anne-Catherine?
Yes. Yes,
Can you
it's
see
perfect.
it? It's a perfect. Okay, wonderful. So in my presentation, I will introduce anecdote research. Maybe it's a little different than Anja's approach. Anecdote research is a young research approach which was developed at the University of Innsbruck in Austria, along with the vignette research. While vignettes, in short, are dense descriptions of co-experience events, anecdotes serve to recover, reflect on, and interpret recalled experiences. Unfortunately, Hans-Karl Peterlini, who wanted to present with me, is unable to attend, but he sends his best regards to all of you. First, I would like to draw your attention to a publication on anecdotal research in English. Our book, Anecdote Research, will be published by Bloomsbury in 2025, maybe July it will be published. In this talk, I will give an insight into the young approach, present possible applications, and discuss the extent to which this approach can be fruitful for the decolonization of science and research. Unfortunately, I realized too late that I only have 10 minutes to present, so I will skip some of the slides of my presentation. I apologize in advance for this. Anecdotes are not generally associated with research. The anecdote, as described in the approach of the methodology described here, is understood as an intersubjectively interpreted narrative of remembered subjective experiences. Crucial here is the scientific paradigm in which anecdotal research is situated. While propositional knowledge can usually be determined as true or false, paradigms that focus on non-propositional forms of knowledge are oriented towards the scientific validity of sensory perception, including subjective and intersubjective experience. With this quotation, Feynman points to the special potential of the anecdote. We have seen it before in the presentation of Anja. It transcends the literary and provides access to the real, to the world of life. Vignette and anecdote research based on two FWF projects at the University of Innsbruck and now widespread worldwide has developed two research tools. The vignette as a condensed description of directly co-experienced experiences and the anecdote as a recall of past experiences. An anecdote in the research approach presented here is understood as a memorable and noteworthy, in German merkwürdig, in the double sense of the word, story that concisely condenses events from an interviewee's recalled experience with particular impact. Anecdotes should also have an experience, a theme, a focus, and a punchline. Like other research approaches and methods, anecdote research is related to and inspired by other approaches and methods of experience-oriented life world research. Apart from the already mentioned close relationship with Vignette research, some of the most important authors and approaches are listed here. Essential theoretical principles can only be touched on briefly in order to honor the time frame. Back to the things themselves, this imperative by the founder of phenomenology, Edmund Husserl, is one of the central principles of phenomenological philosophy and research. The appeal means that researchers should be in a direct and primitive contact with the world to give a direct description of our experience as it is. Recalled experiences, lived experience as the central object of research in phenomenology, can only ever be grasped retrospectively. Consequently, we need to understand how experience which permanently disappears into the past can be brought back into the present through contemplation and reflection. For instance, whether the experience of an injury from childhood is truthfully reproduced is less critical than the question of what meaning a person gives to their memory and what understandings and creative possibilities open up to them in the narrative. The purpose of the anecdote is to trace this meaning based on memories actualized in conversation and to entrust it to reconsideration and reflection in the form of a meaningful story. Co-experiencing, another important aspect. Ronald D. Lying draws attention to the fact that we don't have direct access to the experiences of others, but we experience the other as experiencing or remembering experiences, which is relevant in case of anecdotes. In anecdote research, the researchers do not experience what the person has experienced in the past. However, they do experience the other person at the moment of remembering. They sit opposite the person, listen and look. The co-experience of the other person occurs through the perception of what is spoken verbally and bodily. Memory is also expressed and visualized in the body. So it's important that researchers also pay attention to how the person sits during the conversation, how their posture suddenly changes when a particular memory is addressed, when the voice becomes shrill or breaks, and when a stumble ends with a look to the floor. An example you can see on this slide. It's not time to go through in detail. Maybe you can read it yourself. In short, Helen's statements about her experiences as an employee in a social educational institution are initially characterized by facial expressions and a depressed tone of voice, a shy smile and a softening voice. Her resignation due to possible dismissal swings with a striking change in her body and head posture into a powerful decision to take up the fight. As if in confirmation, she presses her lips together and nods. The spoken word and the physical act of speaking merge and become a memorable co-experience for the researcher, as the writer of the anecdote, Alina Relevant, told us. I now come to the more practical part of the lecture. What is the path from the conversation or interview to the finished anecdote? Very briefly, I just show you the slide. Maybe it's self-telling, self-speaking for itself. important when reading the transcript, listening to the audio recordings, or remembering the conversation in case of an impromptu interview. The aim is to select relevant passages from the conversation. This is done according to what affected the researcher in the conversation, what came to the fore, what surprised, touched, irritated, or amazed her or him. Another example here, an anecdote from social space research. Immediately after an episode between a police officer and a homeless man sitting on the ground next to an advertising pillar, there was a conversation with the researcher standing nearby, which resulted in an impromptu narrative. But I'm afraid the time has already run out, so I jump straight to the last slide of my presentation. Because reading and reflection on anecdotes is similar, it's the same like reading vignettes. It's the same procedure. And there are several ways. Here is a little guidance, a brief guidance for reading anecdotes. And there are several settings of reading. It's not only possible to write it down, but also to scenic reading, maybe empathize with the actors of an anecdote. Very interesting possibility. Yeah, here you can see the applications of anecdotes in different research fields. It was a question that came up in the Vignette research in the network meeting. There are many possibilities of different research fields and contexts where you can use anecdote research. And finally, I want to line out how can anecdote research contribute to decolonizing science and research. The phenomenological approach seeks to liberate the research subject from ready-made categories, avoiding dichotomies, blurring and weakening them. The phenomenological research stance de-hierarchizes the relationship between researcher and researched in the interview or conversation on which the anecdote is based. The other person is a research partner. And the bodily approach makes it possible in writing the anecdote to perceive and present the concrete person in the reality of their lives instead of reducing them to purely cognitive and rational statements. And finally, the multi-perspective reflective reading of the anecdote does not assert any certain knowledge about the person and the object of research by pointing out what has been said, but learns and reflects on the individual narrative about general questions, such as how unpleasant experiences on the educational path can have a lifelong inhibiting effect, how encouragement can inspire people, how medical staff's communication about serious illnesses can be helpful or stressful for those affected, how structural conditions can affect teams. Thank you for your attention and interest, and I'm looking forward to some question or response.
Thank you, Gabriele, for your interesting insights into the anecdote research. So the next presentation is also about anecdotes and vignette research. It's from Franziska Herrmann from the University of Berlin and Efi Agostini from the University of Vienna.
I hope you can see my slides.
You have to make the presentation.
Yes. It's better now?
No, you have to make that it's slides. Because now we can see your view on the slides.
You know, the presentation modus.
Yeah, the presentation modus.
I did it yet, but it's not here. Just a moment.
In der unteren Zeile ist der kleine Bildschirm, in der ganz unteren Zeile, wo es dann auch zur Vergrößerung geht.
I thought it's on the left side, but
auf der
now
rechten
you
Seite.
cannot see it. Just a moment, I try it again.
Oder Franziska, Bildschirmpräsentation von Beginn an.
Yeah, yeah. Now you can
Perfect.
see now? Okay. Yes, thank you very much for this patience. We would like to welcome you to our presentation, Phenomenological Vignette and Anecdotal Research in University Learning Workshops. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present. University learning workshops are special spaces at universities. Firstly, we show what makes them special. We report on current activities for networking university learning workshops, it's called NELA, with the VignA network. Using an example, we show how vignette research is already being implemented in university learning workshops and what potential and challenges this entails. University learning workshops are enabling spaces at universities for the professionalization of educators, and at the same time, they are places of research. They are characterized by an interplay of concept and space. The choice of furniture and materials follows certain ideas. The focus is on learning and reflecting on learning processes by both students and children. An example is the Didactic Research Lab of Literary Education at Freie Universität Berlin. It is a real walk-in room at the university that has been designed in a special way. There are work tables and a discussion circle made by seating cubes. You can see it in the background. There are selected materials, children's literature, tools for designing and presenting innovative teaching ideas. We invite school classes to the Didactic Research Lab, and the students can observe the children learning, reading or writing, and take notes, and then write vignettes about it. The International Network of University Learning Workshops, I'm a member of the board of it. It's called NELA, and here you can see also the homepage, was founded 7 years ago, but the idea goes back to the concepts of the English and American teacher centers in the 1970s. It is committed to fostering the establishment and development of university learning workshops and expanding the research and to promote international exchange. The association currently has 60 members who are active in various locations in Europe. Scientific dialogue takes place at conferences once a year and through publication. An important question we are discussing is what characterizes learning in university learning workshops. What is special about it? In order to make progress on this issue, international exchange and empirical research are essential. Therefore, cooperation with VignA was sought. And now, Evie, you can go on.
Thank you, Franziska. Yes, in 2021, a few years ago, the board of NELA sought cooperation with the network of Vignette and Anecdote Research, the VignA, in order to gain new impetus for research in university learning workshops. And in cooperation meetings, goals were identified with both networks pursued and which can be understood as a common concern. And 3 interests in particular are central to this: to describe and reflect on teaching and learning experiences, to realize well-founded qualitative empirical research on the learning of children and prospective educators, and to enrich professionalization with vignettes from school practice.
An example shows how university learning workshops can contribute to the further development of vignette research. In my dissertation study, I investigated the creative experiences of primary school children and students when writing in the Primary Education Research Lab at Technische Universität Dresden. I used videography to explore children's writing processes phenomenologically. The writing workshop was about a little wolf. The impulse was a puppet show story. Something terrible happened to the wolf, and the children developed ideas how to help it. First, children drew pictures about what could have happened. Later, they wrote what happened and how to help the wolf. While the children were writing, I recorded their writing processes. The example I would give you a closer look is based on video recordings of Micah. Next to Micah, you can see two students who are observing the children while writing. All classmates at the table are writing their own stories. I want to show you a part of the video vignette. It starts with Micah's text. He writes, "The story of the accident. Once upon a time, there was a wolf named Tom. Tom was very brave, but the others laughed at him. So Tom went all by himself into the forest. He already knew that it was dangerous. Suddenly, a hunter came. Tom saw him quickly, but he did not know what to do. Then the hunter saw him. There's some action in Micah's left hand. He's moving the paper up and down. Then he's straightening up, putting both hands away from the paper, and says happily to his classmate, "I'm writing now. Erase the rival." His neighbor is making a deep noise and continues writing. For a short time, Micah also continues writing, but then he's speaking to his other classmates and says proudly, "Now I'm writing. Erase the rival." The classmates are laughing, and he's smiling satisfactorily. Then he continues writing. He's writing, "Erase." After that, it seems like he wants to finish the sentence in a new line. Both hands are moving to the left. But then he's jumping back to the end of the line, where this big thought has come to him. There he continues, "Erase the rival." He's writing almost to the margin of the page. Then he's reading aloud, "Rival, rival." Now he's proceeding the sentence at the new line. This short sequence gives an insight into how moved children can be by writing ideas. Micha wrote a story about the brave wolf Tom. There was a significant moment when he had the idea to write, "Erase the rival." He had to tell his idea to his classmates. He wanted to share it. It is a very big thought between superiority and responsibility. When he was writing it down, it did matter to him where to write, at which place on the page these words should appear. He started on the left, but then he turned to the right on. The possibility of giving in to this impulse was given because there were no guidelines against it. And now we come to potential and challenges of the networking.
Yeah, thank you, Franziska. So within the network of Vignette and Anecdote Research, various research and reflection tools have already been tested and offer also fund for teaching and research in university learning workshops. And it is conceivable that the university learning workshops will further develop logical research instruments in this context, enriching both networks. First steps have already been taken with regard to research on primary school children's learning experiences of writing in the context of writing workshops. A technologically based research approach, Writing as Experience, was developed to investigate learning in the experience of writing situations through the combination of videography and participatory or co-experiential experience. Then the pedagogical phonological understanding of learning that underlies phonological vignette research is a novelty for research in university learning workshops. So phonological ideas have been incorporated into conceptual thinking about learning in university learning workshops. And for phonological vignette research, university learning workshops represent a new field of research, which, because of its dual focus, offers the opportunity to explore the learning processes of both children and the adults who interact with them. In particular, attention is paid to approaching children's perspective in institutional educational processes. And as the example in our presentation shows, the cooperation between the two networks, as well as the vignette research in the university learning workshops, has the potential to jointly follow the child's perspectives for example, on learning objects, and maybe come up with new great ideas in this process. And of course, also some challenges still remain. It is and will remain a challenge, albeit a pleasant one, to intensify the cooperation and to test further application possibilities, both in learning workshops and in vignette research. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation. Now we are coming to the last presentation for today. It's in person. I hope I can spell the name in the right way. Hamulo Jeffrey Nogobeni. It's from the University of Stellenbosch. Well, you can say now your right name. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll be very fast, you know. I won't speak like other theologians who takes too much time. So the title is Dismantling Protective Homophobia in what? In the Diaspora. So what I'm looking at, you know, it's homosexuality and religion, of which when you tend to look at the issue of religion, religion is used as a tool for exclusion. So the Bible, including the Quran, actually are misinterpreted to marginalize sexual minorities such as the LGBTQ communities by defining them outside the image of God. So what actually is happening is that in other countries where protective homophobia is high, people migrate due to protective homophobia and migrate to countries whereby people are more lenient or accommodative to LGBTQI plus communities. They do so because their lives are threatened. You know, at some point, lives are at risk because of the issue of sexuality. The issue of migration and the diaspora, the LGBTQI plus community converts their religions once they arrive in spaces that embraces their sexuality. They abandon religious beliefs that they grew up worshiping or believing in just in order to settle for what recognizes them as part and parcel of the image of God. As a result, religious institutions and government at large should protect the rights of the LGBTQI converts and congregations so that people can do what can be welcome and feel welcome. So I utilize the experience of someone I call Adolf Moodley. Reason for the name Adolf Moodley is because the surname Moodley can be found in all the Abrahamic religions, from the likes of Christianity, you speak of Islamic, and also go to the issue of Jewish. So that's what inspired the name Moodley. So Moodley actually grew up where? In Nigeria, growing up in a Muslim family. However, due to their sexuality, they were isolated from the family and the community that they were living at, until they came to South Africa for academic reasons. They happened to visit the Dio Gloria family church in Cape Town. So when they arrived at the church is liberal. It's run by homosexual, by the LGBTQI plus community. So when Moodley arrived there, Moodley experienced the full image of God within his own sexuality by feeling that the church embraces his sexuality without any discrimination. Actually, they look at God as what? As part and parcel, the image of God and homosexuality as one, for in as much as heteronormative. Why? Because in most churches, homosexuality is looked at as a threat or evil, you know, or not part and parcel of the image of God. So with the Dio Gloria Church, members of the LGBTQI community are experienced as part and parcel of the image of God. So through that experience, Moodley had to recognize that instead of being outside of the image of God, he's part and parcel of the image of God. Moodley was reminded that being a homosexual is natural than being evil. So the Dio Gloria Church experiences its own challenges of discrimination despite offering hope to the hopeless. So the congregation promotes human rights despite the issue of protective homophobia within what? Within the Cape Town environment. I think I look at the way forward of a protective homophobia and religion. So this is where, like, I speak about the issue of homosexuals needs to be vocal about their experiences and embrace homosexuality, for in as much as government needs to do what to promote homosexuality within what congregations. Why? Because when you look at our problems in South Africa, part and parcel of our problem is that religion is not regulated, and therefore that opens a room for the misinterpretation of the Bible, and that includes the Quran. So people must not must not be discriminated against because of their sexuality, for in as much as people shouldn't be discriminated because of their ethnicity. Prof. Jansen speak about something that race can be seen from a distance. However, when we engage the issues of the issue of gender, it requires one to pay attention and be observant in order to do to gain insights into where should one belongs to. So homosexuality must be declared as a punishable sin in order to discontinue discrimination that are rooted within within sexuality. A congregation or religious belief that compromises of heterosexuals should not only be recognized as incompetent, for God is for all, other than for a certain sexuality. So I have this picture here. This picture is loved by many of my friends in the Faculty of Theology, who are also speaking the same language as mine. That we are here, we are here, we are here everywhere. So the reality is, being heterosexual as I am, I still identify with the queer community, that we are here together and we are here to fight against protective homophobia. Thank you so much.
So thank you so much for your presentation. Because of the time, for us now, it's not possible to have some questions anymore. I'm so sorry for this, but we invite you to, in case you have some questions, to share your questions after the symposium. So thank you for this interesting insights into the Vignette and Anecdote Research, and I will hand over now to Irma, who is doing the closing.
We have come to the end of our proceedings, and the only thing that's left for me to do is to say thank you to everyone. So we want to thank the VignA Network for creating this network of symposia stretching so many countries that we've seen today. We also want to thank the VignA leadership team, who continue to be reflective and continue to keep us on our toes with new ideas around Vignette and Anecdote Research. We want to thank Professors Michael Schratz and Professor Igiphi Augustini, who made the hybrid version of this symposium possible for us. We also want to thank the Department of Educational Psychology at the University of Pretoria for hosting the event. We want to thank Daniela Lehner, our keynote speaker for today. We really want to thank all the presenters, whether it was online or in person. Literally every single speaker brought such delight to this room and gave me new insight on how to think about this field. We also want to thank Lucille Weyer from Facilities at the University of Pretoria. Without her, this event would not have been possible. The way the chairs have been arranging for the team at the back to set up until 10 o'clock last night. Thank you very much, Lucille. We want to thank Leanda Otto for the wonderful vignettes of little flowers that was on the tables and in front with us during the course of the symposium. We want to thank Witske Poon, Wabisa Timoti, and Amira Gina, who was part of the team who set up the registration table and who helped us getting everything going. We want to thank Adler's for the wonderful catering that we've experienced here in person. We want to thank Herman Verwey for our pictures yesterday. Then, slow motion, Zanik Eckersley, Mariska, and Tebogo. Our fantastic team from Louis Klute Productions. I think you deserve a big round of applause to keep people from Europe to Africa connected in person, out of person. We connected it through themes, not through location or presence, and you just kept calm through all of it. Thank you so much. That was wonderful. Then we also want to thank the marketing office at the Faculty of Education for providing us with folders and our lanyards. I want to thank Derek Murphy. He's not here with us, but that guy taught this grey-haired professor how to build a website from which you could organize a symposium. Thank you very much, Derek, for all your help. And then something that often goes underappreciated at symposiums and conferences of academics is our session chairs. So I want to call Anne-Katrien Dietrich and Wietske Boon and Rosa Mudiba to the front so that I can give them little tiny presents to say thank you for your exceptional work as session chairs to keep us guys on our toes, keep us to time, and you all did it with such wonder and such grace. Thank you for keeping us to our time, and we hope this will, there you go, thank you. Thank you very much. Something small to remind you of this symposium and to express our appreciation for your wonderful work as session chairs. Thank you, everyone. We wish you well. Happy vignette and anecdote writing. Take care.